Chapter 316. The Immortal Blood Soul Technique. The 9 Spiraling Dragon Technique. The Shen Divine Technique. The Immemorial Fighting Dragon Technique. After hearing that, countless thoughts appeared in Qin Yu's mind. The Blood Demon obtained the Immortal Blood Soul Technique, while Xing Luo obtained the 9 Spiraling Dragon Technique. His second senior sister obtained the Shen Divine Technique, while he obtained the Immemorial Fighting Dragon Technique. These 4 cultivation skills had created 3 Peak Emperor Realm Masters. His second senior sister would have no problem reaching the Peak Emperor Realm. This made Qin Yu very curious. What kind of person was the owner of the Celestial Treasury? To think that he was able to create such a shocking and world-shaking divine technique. Although I was besieged and died, I left behind a primordial restriction in the Celestial Treasury. You were able to break the restriction I left behind. You're quite powerful. The Blood Demon looked at Qin Yu with interest. The primordial restriction he left behind was something that even the 10 great emperors of the Taiyi divine sect could not break. I didn't break it. I used some tricks. Although Qin Yu's master had taken action, the restriction in the forbidden area was still not broken. Later, he had to use the restriction talisman to let him, Xing Luo, and the other 3 enter the Celestial Treasury. From there, he obtained the Immemorial Fighting Dragon Technique and the Reincarnation Immortal Pill. As far as I know, there should be 3 more techniques in the Celestial Treasury. You were able to choose the most powerful Immemorial Fighting Dragon Technique from those 3 techniques. I don't know if I should say that you are lucky or have a unique eye. The Blood Demon's tone was obviously envious, but there was also a strong sense of regret. It could be said that he was the first to enter the Celestial Treasury. However, he had taken a fancy to the Immortal Blood Soul Technique, which could condense the Immortal Emperor Soul after successfully cultivating it. Thus, he missed out on the Immemorial Fighting Dragon Technique. Until now, the Blood Demon still regretted his choice. In fact, the Blood Demon had thought of taking all 4 techniques with him. However, the Celestial Treasury was a mysterious place. He could only choose one of the 4 techniques. Even a Peak Emperor Realm expert could not defy the rules of the Celestial Treasury. The Immemorial Fighting Dragon Technique is the most powerful. What do you know? Qin Yu's eyes slightly flashed. He was somewhat moved. In his previous life, he had just obtained the ancient Battle Dragon art. Qin Yu did not think that the Immemorial Battle Dragon Technique was the strongest of the 3 techniques. After all, whether it was the 9 Revolution Berserk Dragon Technique or the Profound Heaven Divine Spirit Technique, they both had their own profoundness. For example, after successfully cultivating the 9 Revolutions Berserk Dragon art, one would possess the power of Berserk Dragons. After fusing with the dragon's blood, one could even transform into an ancient Berserk Dragon with astonishing battle prowess. In his previous life, Qin Yu often sparred with Star Luo, so he knew how terrifying Star Luo was when he transformed into a Berserk Dragon. The Profound Heaven Divine Spirit Technique could cultivate the Profound Heaven Energy. It was rumored that when the Profound Heaven Energy was cultivated to the peak, it could transform into the legendary Profound Heaven Divine Power. The Profound Heaven Divine Power was the legendary power of the ancient gods in the Heaven Domain. However, it was only later that Qin Yu realized how powerful the Immemorial Battle Dragon art was. As long as he devoured the dragon's blood, his cultivation base would continue to evolve, and he would also be able to obtain the dragon's blood origin ability. In his previous life, Qin Yu had become the strongest venerable sovereign because of this ability. In the 9 states of the Heaven Domain, all the top forces had venerable sovereigns. Those forces that had a long history and a strong foundation had many venerable sovereigns. However, during that era, Qin Yu was publicly recognized as the strongest person in terms of battle power. Countless venerable sovereigns had challenged him, and hundreds of them had died in his hands. Qin Yu relied on the 9 secrets of the Battle Dragon and the thousands of dragon clans' divine power. These 2 were the strongest aspects of the Immemorial Battle Dragon art. It seems that you have not fully comprehended the Immemorial Battle Dragon art. Blood Demon was stunned by Qin Yu's words, but he immediately understood. Qin Yu did not say anything and waited for Blood Demon to continue. The situation was just as Blood Demon had said. In his previous life, he had only comprehended 4 of the 9 secrets of the battle dragon art. The main dragon vein that he had condensed had only reached the cyan level, and the sub-dragon veins were stuck at 99. He had yet to discover the potential of the immemorial battle dragon art. Since you have not fully comprehended it, I will not say more. Back to the topic, as I said just now, you are not the descendant of those 10 people, and you are not practicing their Tao. Therefore, I will give you an opportunity. Hearing Blood Demon's words, Qin Yu frowned slightly. He was still waiting for Blood Demon to explain the immemorial battle dragon art. However, he did not expect Blood Demon to change the topic. What opportunity? However, Qin Yu did not dwell on the immemorial battle dragon art. This was the first time he had met Blood Demon. What the Blood Demon said might not necessarily be true. Anyway, the immemorial battle dragon art was with him, and he would find out what secrets there were in the future. I know how to enter the core area of the immortal treasury. Blood Demon looked at Qin Yu seriously. The corner of Qin Yu's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Blood Demon's words had a great impact on him. He still remembered how terrifying the restrictions in the depths of the immortal treasury were. Even with his master's cultivation back then, he could not shake it at all. What do you want me to do? Qin Yu said calmly. He had no relationship with Blood Demon. Qin Yu did not believe that Blood Demon would tell him such a big secret for no reason. I just want a promise from you. When you reach the peak of the sovereign realm in the future, you will completely destroy the Tao of those 10 people. As Blood Demon spoke, bloodlight flashed in front of him, and 10 sovereign realm names appeared. The ancient times had passed, and even the ancient times had become a thing of the past. Not to mention the 10 people who had besieged him, even the Tai Yi divine sect had disappeared in the long river of history. Although those 10 people were no longer around, their Tao legacies were left behind. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only destroy their Tao legacies. Since you have already cultivated the immortal blood soul, and now you have broken the seal, why don't you take revenge yourself? Qin Yu glanced at the names of the 10 sovereigns, then looked at the Blood Devil. Although Blood Demon was only a sovereign realm soul, he was not weak at all. As long as he was reborn, it should not be difficult for him to recover his cultivation. In this world, no one can live forever. The immortal blood soul also has its limits. The reason why I am still alive is because I am borrowing the power of the seal on this continent. Once I leave, the blood soul will completely dissipate. Blood Demon said directly, this is also the reason why I have been waiting for someone to come. The dragon soul tilted its head and looked at Qin Yu. Although it did not say anything, it could not suppress the murderous intent in its heart. Blood Demon now knew that Qin Yu cultivated the immemorial battle dragon art. If someone else were to come, then Qin Yu's identity might be exposed by him. As long as what you said is true, then I can promise you. When I recover my cultivation, I will help you destroy those 10 people's Tao legacies. Qin Yu thought for a moment, then said. Compared to worrying about his identity being exposed, he was worried about the possibility of his identity being exposed. The method to enter the core area of the immortal treasury was the most important. Qin Yu always felt that the core of the immortal treasury hid a great secret. That secret was worth risking his life for. Actually, you also have the method to enter the core of the immortal treasury. Blood Demon smiled and opened his right hand. Blood light flashed in the center of his palm. An ancient bronze token floated up, emitting a mysterious immortal aura. Chapter 317. Ancient Immortal Token? Qin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to see another ancient immortal token in the Blood Demon's possession. It seems a little different. The dragon soul took a closer look and said. Hearing that, Qin Yu carefully looked at it. Sure enough, the ancient immortal token in the Blood Demon's hand had an ancient word immortal on the front. On the back was a figure looking down at the world with a domineering aura. There are a total of 8 ancient immortal tokens. When the 8 of them combine, they can break the core restriction. The ancient immortal token in my hand is the most special. It can sense the location of the other ancient immortal tokens. The Blood Demon threw the ancient immortal token to Qin Yu with his right hand. After Qin Yu grabbed the ancient immortal badge, He was indeed able to sense the fluctuations of the ancient immortal badge. In addition, Qin Yu could also vaguely sense the location of the other ancient immortal tokens. Each of them was in a different direction and was quite far away. Obviously, no one had obtained two. It seems that I will have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the core of the immortal treasure. According to his senior brother, 5 ancient immortal tokens had appeared in the heaven domain for some reason. Later, they were taken away by various peak sovereigns. Although the ancient immortal token of the heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor was now in his hands, the ancient immortal token that appeared in the barbarian god relic was snatched away by Star Luo. If he wanted to get all the ancient immortal tokens, he would have to deal with several peak sovereigns. I have told you everything that needs to be said. I hope you can fulfill your promise in the future. With that, the blood demon left Qin Yu's soul sea under the suppression of the ancient dragon seal and the power of time and space. Such a method had once again shocked Qin Yu and the dragon soul. He was truly worthy of being a renowned expert. His abilities were truly not for show. Don't worry. I will never break my promise. However, I hope you won't tell anyone about me. Qin Yu's soul returned to his body and opened his eyes. The blood-red vortex in the blood palace had disappeared, and the blood soul stood in front of Qin Yu. Since I've entrusted this matter to you, I will naturally not allow anyone else to come here. Every time I leave the sealed blood pool, I have to pay a huge price. The blood soul smiled. Goodbye. Qin Yu nodded, and didn't stay for long. He left the blood temple at the bottom of the mountain. I hope he can open the forbidden area of the immortal vault. Otherwise, I will really be sealed here forever. After watching Qin Yu leave, the blood demon murmured softly. The fact that Qin Yu was able to come here was not a coincidence. He had deliberately guided him here. Of course, Qin Yu had actually been to the immortal trove and even obtained the most mysterious immemorial battle dragon art. However, this was beyond his expectations. Or rather, it should be said that it was a pleasant surprise. After a while, the blood demon returned to the sealed ancient box. With a click, the stone artifact key turned and completely sealed the ancient box. Following that, the blood water surged and the sealed ancient box sank to the bottom of the blood pool. Only the gurgling sound of blood could be heard in the entire blood palace again. In the depths of the cave, Qin Yu set up several divine-level illusory formations before leaving the cave. This time, he met the blood demon and learned the method to enter the forbidden area of the immortal vault. For Qin Yu, it could be said to be a great opportunity. Of course, the premise was that the blood demon's words were true. Swoosh. In the sky, Qin Yu took a deep look at the mountain peak, and quickly flew away. His main goal now was to find the dragon race as soon as possible and recover his cultivation. Whether it was the ancient immortal token or the forbidden area's immortal vault, Qin Yu would only have enough strength to touch them if he recovered the cultivation of his previous life. Now, even if he knew who had the ancient immortal token, he couldn't snatch it. The only regret was that the blood demon didn't tell him the secret of the immemorial battle dragon art in the end. Qin Yu didn't think that the blood demon was bluffing. The blood demon might really know something. Rumble. In the blood demon continent, above a crimson river, Qin Yu let the skeleton ghost king out. Following this, he carved a teleportation formation at the bottom of the river. Qin Yu decided to leave the skeleton ghost king in the blood demon continent to cultivate. After all, although martial monarch realm blood demons were rare on the blood demon continent, there were countless martial progenitor realm blood demons. It was no doubt the best choice for the skeleton ghost king to cultivate here. That being said, whether the skeleton ghost king could cultivate in the blood demon continent smoothly or not, he was still waiting to see how the situation in the heavenly imperial palace would develop. Even now, Qin Yu still did not know what the situation inside the heavenly imperial palace was like. He had no idea why Sun Shiyu had purposely gone to the 7 great martial realms and brought him to the heavenly imperial palace. If he could cultivate in the heavenly imperial palace, he could rely on the heavenly imperial palace. Qin Yu obviously didn't need the skeleton ghost king. However, if he were to leave the heavenly imperial palace, Qin Yu would have to bring the skeleton ghost king with him. No matter how shocking Qin Yu's secret techniques were, He was only a martial progenitor now. Cultivation was the foundation of everything. This sentence was perfect to describe Qin Yu's current situation. Crack. As he crushed the jade talisman that Sun Shiyu had given him, a mysterious teleportation formation appeared. In the next moment, Sun Shiyu arrived. Success. Seeing that Qin Yu was fine, Sun Shiyu let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Let's go. A smile appeared on Sun Shiyu's face. This time, the descendants of the 12 battle generals would have nothing to say. Following this, the two immediately teleported back. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Ancestral Hall. They were indeed Nirvana realm blood demons, and they were sealed with the divine light of sealing. Countless descendants of the 3 sovereigns and the 12 battle generals gathered in the Ancestral Hall. The white-haired First Elder said loudly after checking the blood demons that Qin Yu had sealed. Killing a Nirvana realm martial progenitor as a rank 7 martial progenitor. Even if the descendants of the 12 battle generals wanted to stop him, they had no reason to do so. After all, they were the ones who had suggested the trial on the blood demon continent. What's going on? Did Qinghong not find him? Or did something unexpected happen? The black-haired old woman Qing Gongyun, the descendant of General Qing Gui, had a confused look in her eyes. Although the people she had sent were only rank 2 martial monarchs, insignificant in the Sky Emperor Palace. However, they should be more than enough to deal with a rank 7 martial progenitor. However, Qin Yu had returned safely, but the martial monarchs that she had sent were nowhere to be found. This caused her to have an ominous feeling in her heart. Follow me. After passing the trial, Qin Yu had successfully entered the Ancestral Hall and become a core member of the Sky Emperor Palace. After coming out from the ancient hall, Qin Yu was led by Sun Shiyu to a magnificent palace. Monarch. The expressions of Qin Yu and the dragon soul both slightly changed. They could sense the aura of a monarch from the palace. Qin Yu saw the black-robed middle-aged man inside the palace. Second uncle. Sun Shiyu greeted her second uncle, Sun Zhouxiao, and said to Shenfeng. Shenfeng, this is my second uncle, the Thunder Firmament Monarch. Chapter 318. Senior. Qin Yu bowed. No matter what his strength and status was in his previous life. Now that he was just a martial ancestor, he naturally had to be respectful when facing an emperor. However, Qin Yu had never heard of the name Thunder Firmament Emperor in his previous life. However, the slight pressure emitted from this person was shockingly strong. He was obviously not an ordinary emperor. It seemed that he was a hidden powerhouse of Heavenly Imperial Palace. No force would only have the top powerhouses on the surface. Heavenly Imperial Palace had been passed down from the era of the 3 ancient emperors. Although it had suffered many disasters, it was still a top force in the spirit state, and it definitely had more than just the emperors on the surface. I have long heard that a peerless genius has appeared in the bloodline of the divine emperor. Seeing you today, the rumors are true. Sun Zhouxiao opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yu. His gaze was as deep as the vast galaxy, mysterious and unfathomable. With one glance, Qin Yu felt as if he had been seen through. Senior, you flatter me. As an emperor, Sun Zhouxiao was so friendly to him, which made Qin Yu a little wary. You must be curious why we brought you to Heavenly Imperial Palace, right? Sun Zhouxiao saw Qin Yu's wariness, smiled, and went straight to the point. Junior does have such doubts in his heart. Qin Yu said bluntly. Actually, the reason why we brought you to Heavenly Imperial Palace is because of the prophecy left by our ancestors. Sun Zhouxiao, who thought that Qin Yu was also a descendant of the 3 emperors, did not hide anything. He told Qin Yu that the bloodline of the 3 emperors was about to completely dissipate, as well as the prophecy of his ancestors. Prophecy? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. In the history of the Heaven Domain, people who could go back in time and predict the future were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such an existence, to a certain extent, was already able to interfere with the future. Such a person actually appeared in Heavenly Imperial Palace. Qin Yu did not think that Sun Zhouxiao was talking nonsense. Because he had indeed obtained the inheritance of the 3 emperors and subdued the golden flame heaven-burning dragon. However, in this way, Qin Yu knew that the bloodline of the three emperors was in danger of dissipating. Why didn't Sun Shiyu and the others find it strange that he didn't carry the bloodline of the three monarchs? Second uncle, let's go to the divine palace first. Sun Shiyu said. Was Qin Yu the one who made the prophecy? It all depended on whether Qin Yu could obtain the true inheritance of the three sovereigns' magic skills. Sun Jiuxiao nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, a bolt of purple lightning flashed. The three of them disappeared from the huge palace and appeared in front of an ancient palace surrounded by divine light. This could be said to be the most important place in the Sky Emperor Palace, the Divine Palace. Almost all the experts of Sky Emperor Palace who had passed away would leave their inheritances in the Divine Palace. Later generations would obtain the inheritance and strengthen the power of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Among these masters, there were even many Emperor Realm Masters. Even though Emperor Realm Masters had a long lifespan, they were not immortal. Of course, the venerable sovereigns of the Heaven Domain rarely passed away normally. Most of them had died in various forbidden grounds, ancient ruins, or in great battles. When one reached the Emperor Realm, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to make even a small step forward. Therefore, they could only explore the various forbidden areas of the Heaven Domain in hopes of obtaining heaven-defying opportunities. Wang. Sun Jiuxiao took out an ancient spirit tablet. After the spirit tablet touched the divine light, a hole appeared on it. The three of them entered in a single file. There was no one guarding the divine palace. Only a few Emperor Realm Masters in Heavenly Imperial Palace had access to the barriers outside. The interior of the divine palace also appeared to be empty. In the void, there were balls of white light that floated gently in the divine palace. Those white lights were the inheritances left behind by the experts of the ancient Imperial Palace who had passed away. Only those who were fated to be recognized could obtain those inheritances. Sensing Sun Jiuxiao and the other two entering, many of the white lights trembled and quietly flew over. Sun Jiuxiao flicked his finger and an invisible aura appeared around him, isolating all the white lights. They went all the way to the end of the divine palace. Inside, there was an independent area where the white light of inheritance did not appear. Instead, there were 15 majestic stone statues. 3 of them stood tall, while the other 12 were kneeling on one knee. Obviously, they were the 3 ancient sovereigns and the 12 generals. Go. Sun Jiuxiao stopped at the edge of the area and dissipated the aura around him as he said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu stepped forward and walked to the stone statues of the 3 ancient sovereigns under the hopeful gazes of Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Shiyu. Appear. With a thought, Qin Yu's body flickered and the divine abilities of the 3 ancient sovereigns appeared. Capture. They seemed to have sensed the divine abilities of the 3 ancient sovereigns released by Qin Yu. A crack appeared between the eyebrows of the stone statues of the 3 ancient sovereigns as clear divine abilities appeared. Heaven and Earth Tao Arts. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Those divine abilities were Heaven and Earth Tao Arts that only Emperor Realm Masters could comprehend. No wonder Sun Shiyu's Battle Emperor divine abilities were far superior to his. The essence of the 2 inheritances were completely different. It's really him. Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Shiyu, who had been watching intently, were overjoyed. The ancestors' prophecy was true. Qin Yu was the one who would obtain the inheritance of the 3 ancient sovereigns and ignite the bloodline of the 3 ancient sovereigns. He was the prophesied person who would allow Sky Emperor Palace to reappear the might of the 3 ancient sovereigns. Swish. Swish. After the divine abilities of the 3 ancient sovereigns appeared, 3 beams of divine light appeared between the eyebrows of the 3 stone statues and landed on Qin Yu. After the dazzling divine light flashed, Qin Yu's figure disappeared from the area. Rumble. At this moment, the 3 stone statues seemed to have come to life. An unparalleled pressure that shook the heavens and earth spread out, sweeping through the clouds and shaking the sky. Above Sky Emperor Palace, 3 illusory figures of divine light appeared, as if the 3 ancient sovereigns had reappeared. At this moment, the White Sun Realm and even the entire northern region of the spiritual state were shocked. Countless masters sensed and looked in the direction of Sky Emperor Palace. The entire northern region of the spiritual state was in chaos. The ancestors have appeared. As for the people of Sky Emperor Palace, they couldn't help but kneel and worship the three illusory figures of the three ancient sovereigns. Especially the descendants of Emperor Shu and Emperor Zhon. When the three illusory figures appeared, they could vaguely feel the blood in their bodies flowing faster and faster. It was as if some power in their blood was undergoing a metamorphosis. This is the Tao technique world. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was enveloped by the divine light of the three ancient sovereigns, disappeared from the area. He appeared in a vast starry sky. Qin Yu looked around and immediately understood. The so-called Tao technique world was left behind by the masters of the Emperor realm. It wasn't a real world. In the starry sky, there were three figures of divine light sitting cross-legged. Although the figures couldn't be seen clearly, they had the power to suppress the past and present. Needless to say, these three figures of divine light were the Tao technique power left behind by the three ancient sovereigns. Qin Yu was guided by the divine light and floated in front of the three figures of divine light. In the next moment, countless rays of divine light converged toward Qin Yu. They surrounded Qin Yu and merged into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu sensed with his mind. Those divine lights contained the true divine powers of the three ancient sovereigns. In addition, there was also the comprehension of the three ancient sovereigns when they were alive. After fusing with those divine lights, Qin Yu's comprehension of the indestructible stone emperor seal, Heaven's War Emperor transformation, and sealing divine light immediately increased by several levels. The more he comprehended, the more Qin Yu could vaguely sense the true cultivation of the three ancient sovereigns. P.S. Fixed update times, 7 p.m., 8 p.m., and 9 p.m. If there are new updates, they will be notified at the end of the chapter. Chapter 319. Their cultivation has already surpassed the limit of the Emperor realm. Qin Yu focused his mind and put all his attention into the three emperors' superpowers. The three emperors' cultivation had definitely surpassed the Emperor realm. They had reached the realm that Qin Yu had dreamed of in his previous life, but had always been stuck at the limit of the Emperor realm. Qin Yu didn't know what realm was after the Emperor realm. But one thing was without a doubt, after the Emperor realm, there was definitely a realm of martial arts. However, in the history of the Qingyun realm, it seemed that no one had reached that realm. In other words, those who had stepped into that realm had all left the Qingyun realm. Just like the three emperors of the ancient era, time passed slowly. Qin Yu carefully comprehended the three emperors' superpowers and also focused on the power of the Tao left behind by the three emperors. Although with his current cultivation, he was still far from being able to comprehend the power of the Tao. But the power of the three emperors of the ancient era would light up a guiding light for him. In this Tao technique world, Qin Yu spent a total of 2 months' time. In these 2 months, the entire spiritual state was shaken because of the three emperors' shadows that appeared above the imperial palace. Countless powerful forces sent powerhouses to investigate the situation. Those holy lands and divine dynasties that knew of the past glory of the imperial palace were even more uneasy. If the three emperors of the ancient era really reappeared, the entire Qingyun realm would change greatly. No force was willing to see that scene. Fortunately, after 2 months, the three emperors' shadows above the imperial palace gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. But in the dark, whether it was the forces outside the imperial palace or inside the imperial palace, there were undercurrents surging. Countless forces wanted to find out the reason for the appearance of the three emperors' shadows. Unfortunately, even in the imperial palace, except for a few emperor realm powerhouses of the 2 royal bloodlines, the others had no idea what was going on. Because of this, all kinds of rumors flew around the imperial palace and the outside world. 3 months had passed. In the vast starry sky, the divine light that surrounded Qin Yu had all merged into his body. Qin Yu also woke up from his meditation state. In the past 3 months, Qin Yu's comprehension of the three emperors' mystical ability had improved significantly. As a result, Qin Yu's cultivation would improve by 2 layers, reaching the 9th layer martial progenitor realm, allowing him to achieve the nirvana realm. Whoosh! Qin Yu disappeared from the Tao Law world and returned to the God Palace. I'm finally out. Seeing Qin Yu appear, Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Shiyu's expressions both roused. At this moment, apart from Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Shiyu, there were 3 other figures that appeared. These three people were all Emperor Realm Masters. Shitian Gang. Among the three, Qin Yu saw an acquaintance from his previous life. He wore a golden robe and had a dignified expression. He wore a crown on his head. He was the Sky Emperor Palace's palace lord, Shitian Gang. In Shitian Gang's previous life, even in the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain, he was considered a top venerable emperor. Now that 1,000 years had passed, his strength must have become even more unfathomable. He is Shen Feng. This pressure. As expected, he has inherited the Tao laws and divine abilities of the 3 emperors. While Qin Yu was sizing up the 3 venerable emperors, Shitian Gang and the other 2 were also sizing up Qin Yu. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. They were all people who had comprehended the divine abilities of the 3 emperors. But at this moment, they vaguely felt that their divine abilities were being suppressed by Qin Yu. Sun Shiyu still had a vague feeling of that. But Shitian Gang, Sun Jiuxiao, and the other 3 were extremely clear. How is it? When Qin Yu walked out, Sun Jiuxiao came back to his senses and hurriedly went up to him, asking nervously. He was naturally asking if Qin Yu had a way to reignite the bloodline of the 3 emperors. In the Sky Emperor Palace, whether it was the descendants of the 3 emperors or the descendants of the 12 war generals, the bloodline was the most important. This was because the orthodoxy they cultivated and the divine abilities and secret techniques they comprehended were closely related to the power of the bloodline. Now, it was precisely because the bloodline of the 3 emperors was about to dissipate. The bloodline of the 12 war generals had been passed down flourishingly. That was why the status of the descendants of the 12 war generals gradually rose. They vaguely had the ambition to replace the position of the descendants of the 3 emperors. If Qin Yu did not succeed, then their position would really be in danger. There is indeed a way to reignite the bloodline, but it is very troublesome. Take a look for yourselves. Qin Yu nodded. Without waiting for Sun Jiuxiao and the others to ask, he flicked his finger, and a ball of divine light condensed. Sun Jiuxiao, Shitian Gang, and the others immediately touched that ball of divine light. Soon, they obtained the method left behind by the 3 emperors to reignite the bloodline. Immortal Emperor Pill. The eyes of Sun Jiuxiao, Shitian Gang, and the others lit up with excitement. That ball of divine light contained an ancient pill method that could reignite the bloodline of the 3 emperors. As long as this pill was refined, the descendants of the 3 emperors would be able to reignite the bloodline of the 3 emperors when they entered the world of Tao. Ancient heavenly Qilin blood, desolate divine phoenix bone, netherworld yellow spring water, immortal spirit herb. But in the next moment, the excitement on the faces of Sun Jiuxiao, Shitian Gang, and the others gradually disappeared. They finally understood why Qin Yu said it was very troublesome. As the name implied, the ancient heavenly Qilin blood was the blood of the heavenly Qilin, an upper bone divine beast. Countless years had passed since the ancient era. How could it be easy to find a pure ancient heavenly Qilin? The desolate divine phoenix was a mutated beast born in the Great Desolate Era. It originally belonged to the divine phoenix race, but after its bloodline mutated, it became a divine phoenix, forming its own race. However, in terms of talent and combat prowess, it was comparable to a true divine phoenix. Among the known mutated beasts, the divine phoenix was definitely the strongest mutated beast. It could crush countless divine beasts. More importantly, this mutated beast was born in the Great Desolate Era. It only appeared occasionally in the Ancient Era. The Great Desolate Era was a period of time after the Immemorial Era was destroyed and before the Ancient Era was born. The Netherworld Yellow Spring Water was a kind of yellow spring water on the Underworld 9 Layers path. Rumor had it that it could cleanse one's soul and improve one's soul. Even martial emperor experts scrambled for it. No one knew where the Underworld 9 Layers path was. However, it did exist. In the history of the Sky region, there were many cultivators who had been to the Underworld 9 Layers path. Of course, whether it was the ancient heavenly Qilin blood, the desolate divine phoenix bone, or the netherworld yellow spring water. Although these were extremely rare, they had at least appeared in the history of the Sky region. However, the immortal spiritual grass was truly the legendary immortal medicine. It was rumored that someone had swallowed the immortal spiritual grass and directly ascended from an ordinary person. There were also rumors that someone had seen the immortal spiritual grass go through the 9 heavens lightning tribulation and become a divine immortal. There were many such rumors. However, none of them had been confirmed. No one had seen the real immortal spiritual grass with their own eyes. There were only a few descriptions of the immortal spiritual grass in some ancient books that recorded strange stories from the immemorial era. To find even one of these 4 godly medicines, one would have to be extremely lucky. Now, to find all 4, the excitement of Shi Tiangang, Sun Zhouxiao, and the other 3 disappeared. They were all silent. Chapter 320. Since the ancestors left behind a prophecy, it must be in the future. They saw the bloodline of the 3 emperors reappear in the ancient times. I think the 4 divine herbs might have already appeared. Sun Shiyu said after reading the recipe. Shi Tiangang, Sun Zhouxiao, and the other 3 were shocked. Indeed, if they could not find it, the ancestors would not have left behind such a prophecy. The 3 emperors would not have left behind the recipe. However, the recipe says that only those who have comprehended the divine powers of the 3 emperors can refine this pill. As Sun Shiyu said, she could not help looking at Qin Yu. Although she did not know the grade of the immortal emperor pill. Just by looking at the 4 divine herbs, it was enough to tell that the immortal emperor pellet was definitely not an ordinary spiritual pellet. It might even require an emperor-grade pill alchemist to refine it. Emperor-grade pill alchemists were rare in the heavenly domain. However, it was not difficult for the Imperial Sky Palace to find an emperor-grade pill alchemist. The problem was that only those who had comprehended the divine powers of the 3 emperors and combined it with the secret techniques of the 3 emperors could refine this pill. This meant that only Qin Yu was capable of concocting this pill. The Imperial Sky Palace must nurture Qin Yu into an emperor-grade pill alchemist. Shi Tiangang, Sun Zhouxiao, and the other 3 obviously thought of this and frowned. There were not many emperor-grade pill alchemists in the entire heavenly domain. Every emperor-grade pill alchemist was indispensable in terms of resources, talent, and opportunities. That was not something that could be nurtured just because one wanted to. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you can find the divine herbs, I can refine the immortal emperor pill. Qin Yu understood what Sun Shiyu meant and said directly. To be honest, after seeing the refining of the immortal emperor pill, Qin Yu was sure that the descendants of the 3 emperors had seen the future and saw his existence. Otherwise, they would not have left such a prophecy. Of course, with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could only refine divine pills at most. He could not refine an emperor-grade pill. However, the immortal emperor pill was different. Qin Yu had comprehended the divine powers and secret techniques of the 3 emperors. Therefore, it was not difficult to refine the immortal emperor pill. Really? Sun Zhouxiao was stunned. Of course it's true. Qin Yu nodded slightly and did not explain further. Shi Tiangang, Sun Zhouxiao, and the others were all a little surprised. He wondered if Qin Yu was at the level of a sovereign pill refiner. Or had he obtained a method to refine immortal emperor pills from the 3 emperors' divine ability? However, with their ancestors' prophecy, they didn't doubt it too much. The most important thing now was to find the 4 godly herbs. As for Qin Yu's alchemy level, there would be time to slowly confirm it in the future. After leaving the divine palace, Sun Shiyu took Qin Yu to the residence of the core disciples. Shi Tiangang, Sun Zhouxiao, and the others immediately went to look for clues about the 5 divine medicines. Given the resources of the Imperial Palace of Sky Emperor, after going all out, a massive amount of information was immediately gathered. In the following month, Qin Yu did not leave the house. Even though only Shi Tiangang, Sun Zhouxiao, and Sun Shiyu knew that Qin Yu was the one who had been prophesied. However, the rumors regarding Qin Yu's identity still spread like wildfire in the Imperial Palace of Sky Emperor. Especially after the Imperial Palace's patriarch, Shi Tiangang, had personally given the order that no one was allowed to disturb Qin Yu. It even attracted countless suspicions. Among them, the descendants of the 12 generals were the most suspicious. However, under Shi Tiangang's order, they could only investigate in secret. They did not dare to do anything to Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not care about the rumors. He had been cultivating in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. He had achieved the 9th layer martial progenitor realm and was about to undergo the nirvana tribulation. Only a few months had passed. Qin Yu's cultivation was a little too long, thus he had to consolidate his foundation first. Qin Yu's cultivation was interrupted by Sun Shiyu's arrival a month and a half later. Trial at the Godly Emperor Pagoda? What do you mean? Qin Yu, who had just come out from seclusion, frowned after hearing Sun Shiyu's words. The trial of the blood demon had just ended not long ago. Why was there another trial of the Godly Emperor Tower? It's not about you, but the martial progenitor realm disciples of the younger generation of the Imperial Palace. Every 5 years, a trial of the Godly Emperor Tower will take place. The result of the trial will determine your status in the Imperial Palace. In other words, it's a ranking among the martial progenitor realm disciples. Sun Shiyu explained. I'm not interested. Qin Yu was too lazy to compete for the title. It's said that the top of the Godly Emperor Tower has a treasure left behind by an ancient godly emperor. Seeing Qin Yu's dispirited expression, Sun Shiyu giggled. A treasure left behind by a godly emperor? Qin Yu was startled. If it weren't for the forbidding aura of the Godly Emperor Tower, which only allows those below the martial monarch realm to enter the tower, even I would enter the tower again. Sun Shiyu nodded. Even with your talent, you didn't reach the top of the Godly Emperor Tower when you were a martial progenitor? Qin Yu asked curiously. Sun Shiyu had a monarch physique that was hard to come by among hundreds of millions of martial artists. Among the various known spiritual physiques in the Qingyun domain, the monarch physique was the highest aptitude. I fought my way up, but failed to enter. Sun Shiyu opened her hands, each of her palms glowing with divine light. It was the Stone Emperor's inextinguishable Stone Emperor seal and the Battle Emperor's Heavenly Battle Emperor change. Does it mean that the top of the tower requires all 3 Emperor skills? Qin Yu came to a realization. There's no evidence to prove it at the moment. However, the Godly Emperor Tower was left behind by the Godly Emperor, and no one has been to the top of the tower for so many years. Therefore, it's very likely that the 3 Emperor skills are needed to break the barrier left behind by the Godly Emperor. Sun Shiyu said. Qin Yu agreed. If the Godly Emperor had left behind a treasure, it would definitely be something extraordinary. Qin Yu was still refining the 9 Netherworld Dragon Spear, and the Divine Origin Mirror could only assist him in battle. It was not wise to keep using the godly weapon evolved from the heaven-destroying Battle Emperor sword. It would be great if he could obtain a godly weapon that suited him well. The trial of the Godly Emperor Tower is a battle between the descendants of the 3 emperors and the descendants of the 12 generals. Therefore, there will always be a battle between the disciples of both sides. Once we enter the Godly Emperor Tower, you should team up with our people. Since you're the only core disciple, it's very likely that you'll be surrounded by the descendants of the 12 generals. Sun Shiyu said as she led Qin Yu to the Godly Emperor Tower. Qin Yu let out a smile. He was not worried at all. Although the Skull Ghost King was not with him, Qin Yu's cultivation was at the 9th layer martial progenitor realm. Even if he did not use the heaven-battling Azure Dragon, no one in the martial progenitor realm would be a threat to him. Since he had just acquired the new martial skills of the 3 emperors, he might as well try them out. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu soon arrived at the Godly Emperor Tower. The Godly Emperor Tower was located in the western sector of the Heaven Emperor Palace. It was 90,000 zhong tall and entirely made of gold, surrounded by a magnificent glow. The area within 10,000 li was suppressed by a magnificent glow, as if an ancient godly emperor had arrived. Chapter 321. Meanwhile, at the side of the Godly Emperor Tower, the descendants of the 3 martial emperors and the generals were referred to as the 2 royal bloodlines and the 12 royal bloodlines. They had already gathered the heads of the younger generation martial ancestor realm cultivators. Even though the martial progenitor realm was considered the weakest in the Sky Emperor Palace. However, the younger generation was completely different. They were the future backbone of the Sky Emperor Palace. The trial of the Godly Emperor Sky was held once every 5 years. Those who were able to stand out in the trial were usually geniuses who greatly surpassed their peers. For example, Sun Shiyu, who had once stood out in the trial of the godly Emperor Tower. That being said, the situation was exactly as Sun Shiyu had described. The trial of the divine Emperor Tower had unknowingly turned into a contest between the two Zhongfangs. As such, the crowd from both factions had gathered to spectate. The First Lady is here. That kid, is he the descendant of the martial emperor who has returned? How arrogant, to have the First Lady invite him here in person. Humph, he has comprehended the martial arts of the three martial emperors and became a core disciple at the martial progenitor realm. Of course he deserves special treatment. Humph, I would like to see how strong this so-called genius is. Seeing Sun Shiyu arrive with Qin Yu, the crowd immediately focused their attention on Qin Yu. Qin Yu had recently become a core disciple with his cultivation of the martial progenitor realm. It had caused quite a stir among the disciples of the Sky Emperor Palace. Many disciples were eager to meet this legendary genius during the trial of the godly Emperor Tower. Ninth layer martial progenitor realm? This kid. Apart from the younger generation, the descendants of the older generation of battle generals were also paying attention to Qin Yu without batting an eyelid. When they saw how Qin Yu's cultivation had improved by 2 layers in just a few months, they immediately burst into an uproar. Even Sun Shiyu's cultivation had not improved so rapidly in the past. According to Qin Yu's cultivation speed, it would only take a few years for him to achieve the martial monarch realm. Could he really be the one who was prophesied? The eyes of the descendant of the Blue Demon General, Qing Gongyun, flickered with astonishment. Not many people in the Sky Emperor Palace were aware of the prophecy left by the descendant of the Battle Emperor. Qing Gongyun was one of the insiders. Although the Palace Master had sealed off all information regarding the appearance of the 3 sovereigns' phantoms, even the Emperor Realm Masters of the 12 War Generals' bloodline couldn't find out anything. Even the Emperor Realm Masters who were descendants of the 3 emperors didn't know much about them. However, Qin Gongyun instinctively suspected that this matter definitely had something to do with Qin Yu. That was because Qin Yu was the only person in the history of the Sky Emperor Palace who comprehended all the abilities of the 3 emperors. It was Sun Shiyu who personally went to bring him back. The 3 emperor phantoms appeared after Qin Yu became a core disciple. Connecting all these things together, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Sister Shiyu. A group of people walked towards them. The one leading them was the elegant and handsome Shi Jingtian. Behind Shi Jingtian, there were martial emperors and martial ancestors from the younger generation of the 3 sovereigns. Shenfeng, let me introduce you. This is the descendant of the Stone Emperor, the son of the Palace Master, Shi Jingtian. Sun Shiyu introduced Shi Jingtian to Qin Yu. In Sun Shiyu's opinion, the 3 of them were the most outstanding among the descendants of the 3 sovereigns. In the future, they would represent their respective ancestors and control the 3 bloodlines of the Sky Emperor Palace. There was no harm in having a good relationship with them. Brother Shenfeng, in the previous God Emperor Tower trial, Sister Shiyu and I both reached the martial emperor realm. As a result, they took the first place in the trial. This time, all of you have to work together and not let them steal the limelight again. Shi Jingtian smiled at Qin Yu and the surrounding geniuses. After greeting each other, Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the God Emperor Tower. The God Emperor Tower was indeed filled with a fluctuation that faintly resonated with the ceiling divine light. There might really be a treasure left behind by the God Emperor hidden in this ancient tower. Hong Long Long. When the scorching sun rose to the sky, the 90,000 feet tall God Emperor Tower emitted a dazzling ceiling divine light. As the ceiling divine light dissipated, the 100 feet ancient door opened and a vast aura swept out. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were martial progenitors or martial monarchs, felt their hearts skip a beat. However, Qin Yu was the only one who did not feel anything. Even the power of the ceiling divine light in his body seemed to have been strengthened. The trial of the God Emperor Tower begins now. The white-haired First Elder appeared and ordered the trial to begin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the white-haired First Elder spoke, the martial progenitor realm disciples around the godly Emperor Tower who were already on standby immediately charged into the ancient door. Qin Yu also entered the God Emperor Tower in a flash. Sister Shiyu, Do you think Ling Xiao and Duan Qing can suppress Jiyu Fengshuang, Qi Shanhai, and the others? After thousands of martial progenitors entered the God Emperor Tower, Shi Jingtian looked at the God Emperor Tower and the divine light crystal screen as he chatted with Sun Shiyu. The figures shown on the divine light crystal screen were the martial progenitors who had entered the God Emperor Tower. Although there are a few powerful geniuses among the descendants of the 12 battle generals. However, as long as Qin Yu is not eliminated, they won't stand a chance. Sun Shiyu said. Is that so? Shi Jingtian did not comment on it. Although Qin Yu could kill the Nirvana realm blood demon and had the ability to defeat enemies with a higher cultivation level. However, the geniuses who were participating in the trial of the God Emperor Tower, the strongest among them had reached the limit of the Nirvana realm in the martial progenitor realm. They would be able to reach the martial monarch realm when the time came. Therefore, in the trial of the God Emperor Tower, Shi Jingtian thought that Shi Ling Xiao, Sun Duan Qing, and the others who had reached the limit of the martial progenitor realm could suppress the descendants of the 12 battle generals. As for Qin Yu, although he was talented, however, it would be difficult for him to overcome such a huge gap. Sun Shiyu did not say anything as she looked at the divine light crystal screen where Qin Yu was. Apart from Sun Shiyu, most of the descendants of the 12 battle generals were also paying attention to Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu appeared in a mountain range. The forest was filled with thick fog and visibility was limited to a few meters. His perception was also completely sealed by the sealing divine light that filled the area. In fact, even flying in the void was forbidden. Qin Yu relied on the perception of the divine light of the seal and rushed in a certain direction. With his speed, he should be 1,000 miles away by now. However, he had not reached the mountain range yet. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow pounced toward Qin Yu at lightning speed. It was a Nirvana realm martial progenitor realm ferocious beast and it had obviously adapted to the dense fog in the mountain range. When it pounced, there was no warning and it was extremely dangerous. Poof! Qin Yu waved his hand and a ray of divine light hit the ferocious beast. The divine light turned into a curved blade and a cold light flashed. Blood and flesh immediately scattered, and the ferocious beast was directly cut in half. Qin Yu did not even look at the ferocious beast and continued to move forward. The further he went, the more ferocious beasts and even monsters like stones and trees that had turned into spirits appeared. Qin Yu continued to move forward and his speed did not slow down at all. At this moment, various battles were taking place in the countless trial spaces in the God Emperor Tower. There were formations and restrictions, natural danger zones, and ancient puppet beasts. Chapter 322. Inside the godly sovereign tower, there were all kinds of trials. Among the thousands of martial progenitor realm geniuses, a few hundred had already been eliminated. The godly sovereign tower had been left behind by the ancient godly emperor. The trials left behind inside were naturally not that easy to pass. As the trials continued, the strength and talents of the thousands of geniuses were clearly displayed. The white-haired elder and the others recorded the outstanding performances of the disciples. The more outstanding their performance, the more the heavenly emperor palace would focus on nurturing them. Bang! Above the ocean, a deafening explosion could be heard, as waves of 10,000 jong high appeared. A young man in a blue robe stepped out from the waves, without a single drop of water on his body. As the young man in a blue robe walked past, a peak martial progenitor realm six-winged demon snake floated to the surface of the ocean, completely lifeless. Whoosh! A destructive sword glow flashed, tearing the sky apart. A young man carrying a giant pitch-black sword walked past with a cold expression. After the young man with the giant sword left, the world with the crack in the sky as the center gradually disappeared. This was actually a lifelike illusion array. Rumble. Above the desolate plains, the ground began to tremble violently. Huge, abyss-like cracks began to appear on the ground. An honest-looking young man with a muscular body stepped out from the abyss-like crack and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Following this, blood gushed out from the abyss-like crack and dyed the ground red. A huge figure could be vaguely seen in the blood, motionless as if it were dead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A young man with a saber on his back was walking forward in a world filled with snow and ice blades. Wherever he passed, the ice blades that were capable of killing Nirvana martial progenitors immediately melted. Around the young man, there was a wave of air that was as hot as magma revolving around him. The most outstanding ones are indeed Shi Lingxiao and Sun Duanqing, Jiyu Fengshuang, Qi Shanhai, Feng Tianluo, and the others are not far behind. That new descendant of the ancient godly emperor is quite surprising. He's in the first row too. Although the outer region is dangerous, it's not very competitive. We can only see their true strength when we reach the central region. Outside the godly sovereign tower, the people of the heavenly emperor palace. Looking at the divine light crystal screens, the geniuses who were leading all the way were all in a heated discussion. Whoosh! The mist was torn apart as a figure dashed out, who was none other than Qin Yu. Before him were groups of ancient palaces. Qin Yu entered the nearest palace and arrived at a huge square. Crack! As Qin Yu entered the square, the entrance of the godly palace, the entrance of the godly sovereign tower was. Around the square, there were 10 entrances to the palaces. Whoosh! A ray of divine light descended and condensed into a divine seal above Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu raised his head to look. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh tower whoosh! 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 Whoosh sovereign whoosh cultivators here. 10 participants do haws of why whoosh of God seals. If they didn't want to fight, they could wait for the time to pass and leave together to proceed to the next round. As for the divine seal on his head, every trial taker who entered this palace would have one. After defeating others, they would snatch the seals of others. The more Dao seals he plundered, the more helpful it would be for him to reach the top of the divine sovereign tower. After waiting for more than 2 hours, a trial taker finally arrived. It was a young man in a black robe. His cultivation was at the Nirvana 5th Revolution martial ancestor realm. Qin Yu did not know if he was a descendant of the 3 sovereigns or the 12 war generals. Anyway, to reach the summit of the divine sovereign tower, Qin Yu had to eliminate all of the challengers. Therefore, to Qin Yu, it made no difference whether the people he met were the descendants of the 3 sovereigns or the 12 war generals. Qin Yu didn't know the background of the black-clothed youth. However, when the black-robed young man saw Qin Yu, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He rushed towards Qin Yu with a single step, and a pitch-black battle axe appeared in his hand. Ancient and mysterious spirit tattoos lit up. A vast and terrifying axe light tore through the air and slashed towards Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged. Bang! A loud sound was heard. That shockingly powerful axe light seemed to have chopped down on a diamond. It exploded and turned into countless rays of light that scattered in all directions. An ancient divine seal appeared beside Qin Yu without any warning. It was the eternal stone emperor seal. At this moment, outside the divine sovereign tower, the eyes of Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the others who had inherited the stone emperor's divine ability were filled with astonishment. 9 slashes of the mad demon. The black-clothed youth naturally recognized the eternal stone emperor seal. However, he did not flinch. A strange demonic light appeared in his eyes, and his aura immediately soared. The pitch-black battle axe's aura became more powerful, and the void rippled. Bang! Qin Yu waved his hand, and a trace of sealing divine light flashed in his palm. The black-clothed youth, who was attacking with vast power, stiffened. He was stunned and slowly lowered his head. His heart had been penetrated by Naz's sealing divine light. His entire heart seemed to be in Qin Yu's hands. Swoosh! Divine light fell from the sky, and the black-clothed youth was directly eliminated and sent out of the divine sovereign tower. The divine seal above his head automatically merged with the divine seal above Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that the fluctuations of the Godemperor's seal contained within his divine seal had become even more powerful. As expected, his 3 emperors' superpower can increase the power of the divine sovereign tower. The countless onlookers outside the divine sovereign tower were not surprised by the black-clothed youth's defeat. In the previous battle, after Qin Yu had used the 3 emperors' superpower, The Divine Sovereign Tower's power of the Divine Sovereign Tao was vaguely attracted by Qin Yu's superpower. It was also precisely because of this that Qin Yu's immortal Stone Emperor's seal and sealing divine light possessed such astonishing might. He had easily defeated a Nirvana realm martial ancestor with a single palm. He has comprehended all the three emperors' superpower, and it has such an effect. However, this also shocked the descendants of the three emperors and caused a heated discussion. It was the first time they had seen such a situation. After all, in the history of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, there had never been a person who had comprehended all the superpower of the three emperors. However, the elders of the 12 war generals' descendants had extremely ugly expressions. Although it was only a trace of power, the power of the Tao was a power that only Emperor Realm Masters could control. In front of such power, martial ancestors had no chance of resisting. In this Divine Sovereign Tower trial, there was probably no one who could be Qin Yu's opponent. Capture. At this moment, not long after the black-clothed youth was eliminated, two martial ancestor sky prides rushed in at almost the same time. One of them was a descendant of the three emperors, while the other was a descendant of the 12 war generals. Their cultivations were both Nirvana realm martial ancestors. Shua. However, just as they entered, two divine lights shot towards them at an extremely fast speed. Vast power swept out, and before the two sky prides could react, they were forcefully eliminated. Qin Yu dispersed his divine light clone. The two divine seals gathered on the divine seal above his head. Chapter 323. This guy even disqualified his own people. Shi Jingtian was astounded seeing this. Before the trial began, he had purposely asked Qin Yu to meet the martial progenitor realm geniuses among the descendants of the three martial emperors. His intention was for them to team up and enter the next round of the trial. There was more than one square like the one in the Godly Emperor Pagoda. The further into the next round, the stronger the opponents would be, and the greater the number of people they would encounter. Regardless of how strong their individual strength was, they would be disqualified once they were surrounded. However, it was obvious that Qin Yu was planning to defeat all the martial progenitor realm geniuses on his own. Wasn't he a little too confident in his own strength? Sun Shiyu's eyes flickered. Even though Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the 9th layer martial progenitor realm. However, the speed of Qin Yu's growth was so fast that it gave her a strong sense of urgency. She had never felt the same way even when facing the other three saints of the Qingju continent. Sun Shiyu had personally brought Qin Yu here from the 7 great martial realms. She was aware of when Qin Yu had achieved the martial progenitor realm. However, Qin Yu was already able to suppress the Nirvana martial progenitor realm within such a short period of time. Once he achieved the Nirvana realm, he would be able to achieve the martial monarch realm without the help of the skeleton phantom emperor. Qin Yu was unaware of the chaos taking place outside the Godly Emperor Pagoda. He could sense that the suppression from the Godly Seal had grown stronger. He showed no mercy to the people who had entered the square, eliminating all 9 of them. Qin Yu entered the square on his own and passed through the glowing door that appeared out of nowhere. Behind the glowing door, Qin Yu appeared on a stage similar to an arena. This time around, other than Qin Yu, there were also numerous gates of light in the sky above the arena. The 17 figures were split into 2 groups, the descendants of the 3 martial emperors and the descendants of the 12 battle generals. The battle took place once again. Qin Yu attacked fiercely without distinguishing between friend and foe. The others were no match against Qin Yu despite teaming up. They were all eliminated with ease. Then, Qin Yu entered the 3rd round. The 3rd round took place on a vast grassland. This time, there were even more people, 30 to 40 of them. As always, Qin Yu continued to attack. He was undefeatable. With an unequaled disposition, he completely crushed everyone else. Of course, other than Qin Yu, who was in the limelight. Among the martial progenitors of the Emperor Palace, Shi Lingxiao, Sun Duanqing, Jiyu Fengshuang, Qi Shanhai, Feng Tianluo, and the others stood out too. However, they were different from Qin Yu, who was fighting alone. Each of them had a group of genius disciples following them. The battle between over 100 people was quite a spectacular sight. Hey! That's right. Ha ha ha, Shen Feng actually bumped into Feng Tianluo and the others. One against more than 50 people, let's see how arrogant he can be now. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the Divine Sovereign Tower. Countless gazes converged on a crystal screen. The scene that appeared on the crystal screen was none other than Qin Yu's meeting with more than 50 descendants of battle generals. This caused the descendants of the 12 generals who had been eliminated by Qin Yu to be extremely excited. It was as if they could already see Qin Yu being eliminated. Even the descendants of the 3 martial emperors glanced at Qin Yu with dissatisfaction. Most of them had been eliminated by Qin Yu too. Inside the Divine Sovereign Tower, above a vast volcano, Qin Yu glanced at the 50 people who had appeared. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, Qin Yu did not show any sign of worry. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. It was obvious that many of them had been eliminated, as the god seals on their heads were more solid than the previous one. To Qin Yu, they were like fat lambs that had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Isn't that Shen Feng? Strange, why is he alone? Could it be that he was lucky enough to be teleported here? When the 50 descendants of the generals saw Qin Yu appear alone, they discussed incessantly. In order to guard against an ambush, they even carefully searched the surroundings. In the end, Qin Yu was really alone. The leader of the 50 people was a handsome youth, holding a long spear in his hand, his aura soaring to the clouds. He was the descendant of the General Martial Emperor, one of the 3 great geniuses in the ancestor realm, Feng Tianluo. All of you move aside, I want to see what ability this descendant of the Divine Sovereign has to be able to become a core disciple. When Feng Tianluo saw Qin Yu, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and he took a large stride forward. The ancient spirit runes revolving around the long spear in his hand shone. The fierce aura emitted from his entire person became more and more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! Qin Yu saw through Feng Tianluo's intention and did not speak nonsense. Extreme speed law surged, turning into a ray of light, rushing out like a ghost. When he rushed out, his right hand clenched into a fist, and dense divine light revolved around his fist, condensing into a shocking fist light. Just in time. Feng Tianluo smiled coldly and did not retreat in the slightest, continuing to charge forward. He was extremely displeased with Qin Yu, who jumped out inexplicably and was directly listed as a core disciple. Although Qin Yu passed the Blood Demon trial, but the current Blood Demon continent was far from the Blood Demon continent of the ancient 3 sovereigns era. He could easily pass that level of trial. Why was Qin Yu special? Therefore, Feng Tianluo had long made up his mind. Once he encountered Qin Yu in the Divine Sovereign Tower trial, he must personally defeat Qin Yu. Now that he really encountered Qin Yu, Feng Tianluo naturally would not hold back at all. Soul-severing spear. Seeing Qin Yu enter the attack range, Feng Tianluo became one with his spear. Wherever the long spear passed, deep ripples appeared in the void. Even the space at the tip of the spear was faintly torn apart, showing the power of Feng Tianluo's spear. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and violent destructive law shockwaves exploded, sweeping out in all directions. But then, a clear cracking sound could be heard. A figure flew out uncontrollably like a kite, and blood splattered in the void. Feng Tianluo's face was pale, and his right hand was crushed, dripping with blood. Swoosh! A ray of divine light fell, and the severely injured Feng Tianluo was eliminated. Brother Tianluo, lost. No way. He lost in one move. Is Shen Feng's strength that strong? Looking at Feng Tianluo, who was vomiting blood and flying out, the more than 50 descendants of the generals were in disbelief. Among the tens of thousands of martial progenitor realm disciples in the Sky Emperor Palace, Feng Tianluo's strength was definitely enough to be ranked in the top 5. He could enter the martial emperor realm at any time and become a core disciple. However, such a dazzling genius was actually unable to withstand a single strike from Qin Yu. One must know that Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the 9th level martial ancestor realm. He had yet to officially step into the true nirvana stage. His ability to defeat opponents of a higher level was simply terrifying. Not to mention the younger generation of the martial progenitor realm. Even the core disciples and elders of the martial progenitor realm outside the Divine Sovereign Tower were astounded. Although they knew that Qin Yu was able to utilize the martial arts of the Divine Sovereign Tower. However, he still did not expect for Qin Yu to be this powerful. Shun Tianluo's cultivation had reached the limit of the martial progenitor realm, and he was not an idiot without any battle strength. Chapter 324. Damn it. Let's attack together and eliminate him. That's right, no matter how strong he is, he's only one person. I don't believe he can handle so many of us. The martial progenitor realm geniuses collected their thoughts. Each and every one of them burst forth with their nomological energy. Frantically, they rushed to surround and attack Qin Yu. Godly light clones. Qin Yu displayed a smile on his face. No matter how many of them there were, it was useless against him. Rays of godly light were emitted from Qin Yu's body. Each beam of divine light transformed into a lifelike divine light clone in the void. There were over 100 of them. These are the godly emperor's godly light clones. What the hell, why are there so many of them? The cultivators who were charging at Qin Yu blurted out in astonishment as if they had seen a ghost. Even though the godly emperor's lineage had left the emperor's palace long ago. As disciples of the emperor's palace, they were aware of the godly emperor's secret technique of cloning. These divine light incarnations possessed the cultivation of Qin Yu's true body. In other words, were they facing over 100 clones of Qin Yu who had defeated a genius like Feng Tianluo with a single punch? How were they supposed to fight against him? Bang bang bang. Qin Yu did not care about the 50-odd people whose auras had decreased greatly. With a thought, all of his divine light avatars pounced forward. An earth-shattering battle took place. Even the volcano trembled violently, as if it was going to erupt at any time. In the midst of the battle, rays of godly light descended from the sky. In a short span of a few dozen breaths, the 50-plus descendants of battle generals were all eliminated. The seal above Qin Yu's head glowed brighter as if it were made of gold. I was wondering why he was so confident. It turns out that he still has a trick up his sleeve. Outside the godly emperor tower, Shi Jingtian wore an astounded look. The godly emperor's secret technique was even more troublesome than the godly light of sealing. It had an overwhelming advantage in a battle between cultivators with the same cultivation. He shouldn't be able to produce so many clones outside the godly emperor tower. Even if he could, their strength wouldn't be that strong. Sun Xiu saw it more clearly. Qin Yu's godlight incarnation was strengthened by the God Emperor Pagoda's Dao magic. Hihi, this time, I'd like to see how they're going to show off. Shi Jingtian looked at the descendants of the 12 war emperors and laughed out loud. In the previous trial of the God Sovereign Tower, the descendant of a war general had taken first place. In these 5 years, the descendants of the generals had often used this matter to show off outside. He was trying to shake the subordinate forces of the heavenly imperial palace. Now, any one of the descendants of the 3 sovereigns could defeat all of them. Now, let's see if they still have the face to show off. If I had known earlier, I would have, occasionally, the descendants of battle generals and elders, regardless of whether they were elders or the younger generation, all had extremely ugly expressions. In the battle with Feng Tianluo, Qin Yu's terrifying battle prowess had been revealed. Next, unless everyone in the Divine Sovereign Tower joined forces, it would be impossible to suppress Qin Yu. This made the killing intent in the eyes of Qin Gongyun and the others who had wanted to kill Qin Yu for a long time. Qin Yu's talent was so outstanding that they could even see the rise of another Sun Xiu. If Qin Yu also achieved the martial monarch realm, the descendants of the 3 sovereigns would surely become a famous genius in the spiritual continent in the future. A few moments later, in the Divine Sovereign Tower, most of the martial progenitor realm geniuses had been eliminated. Now, there were only 5 forces left in the Divine Sovereign Tower. To be precise, there were 4 factions and 1 person. The 4 factions were the descendants of the Shi Emperor, Shi Lingxiao, and the Battle Emperor, Sun Duanqing. Jiyu Fengshuang, the descendant of the Berserk Demon Battle General, and Qi Shanhai, the descendant of the Heavenly Flame Battle General. The last person was none other than Qin Yu. After the battles along the way, they had entered the core of the Divine Sovereign Tower from the central region. So that's the Divine Sovereign Tower. Qin Yu was hiding in the clouds high up in the sky. There was a divine pagoda completely formed by divine light in front of them. The godly tower looked extremely similar to the divine sovereign tower. At this moment, other than Qin Yu, there were already 4 other powers gathered outside of the divine pagoda. A terrifying murderous aura swept across the place. It seems like we're the only ones here. Following a soft chuckle, Shi Lingxiao in a blue robe walked out from the crowd. As he spoke, his gaze swept across all the disciples of the Sky Emperor Palace without batting an eyelid. His eyes flickered with surprise when he did not see Qin Yu. Yo, why isn't your martial progenitor core disciple here? Did he get eliminated? It seems like the first miss has made a mistake this time. Qi Shanhai, who was carrying a saber, glanced at Shi Lingxiao and the others and wore a cold grin. Qi Shanhai, if you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Sun Duanqing carried a pitch-black giant sword on his shoulder and wore a cold expression. Seeing Qi Shanhai's disrespectful words to Sun Shiyu, his killing intent surged, and a shocking murderous aura soared into the sky. Let's see if you have what it takes. Qi Shanhai showed no sign of fear. The grin on his face grew wider. We'll have plenty of time to fight later. Let's enter the tower first. Jiyu Fengshuang, who had a bulky figure and an honest appearance, tried to mediate the situation with a smile. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you can't enter the tower. At that instant, a calm voice could be heard. The eyelids of Shi Lingxiao and the others jumped. They immediately glanced toward the voice. They didn't know when, but a figure had appeared right under their noses. Shi Lingxiao and the others could feel a chill running down their spines. The figure was none other than Qin Yu. Shenfeng, you came alone? Where are the others? Shi Lingxiao soon collected his thoughts and scanned his surroundings in astonishment. Apart from Qin Yu, he did not see any other descendants of the 3 martial progenitors. Even Qi Shanhai and Jiyu Fengshuang were confused. If Qin Yu was here, it meant that all the descendants of the martial progenitors in the direction that Qin Yu had come from had been eliminated. However, the descendants of the 3 martial progenitors should have come with Qin Yu. Why was Qin Yu the only one here? They have something to do, so they left first. Qin Yu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous ancient and profound formation markings suffused his left hand, and they silently fused into space. They left first. Before Shi Lingxiao could react, he suddenly sensed a strong force of runes lingering in the air. What are you trying to do? Qi Shanhai raised his head when he sensed it too. In the void, a huge formation appeared. All of them were enveloped by the spirit formation. A destructive pressure descended, and a sense of danger that made their hair stand on end appeared. At that instant, they felt like they were facing a martial monarch realm expert. In addition to Qi Shanhai and Jiyu Fengshuang, even Shi Lingxiao and Sun Duanqing wore serious looks. The killing formation that Qin Yu had set up had locked onto them too. It was obvious that Qin Yu was planning to make his move too. Dragon Sealing Formation. Qin Yu was aware of the power of the 3 martial progenitors' new martial progenitors. He was not interested in a battle between martial progenitors. If it weren't for the treasure that the martial progenitors had left in the godly Emperor Pagoda, he would not even bother taking part in the trial. Chapter 325. PH, do you think you can deal with all of us with this formation? You're overestimating yourself. Qi Shanhai's face darkened as he unsheathed his saber. A heat wave visible to the naked eye turned into a blazing flame, distorting the void. It was the superpower of the Heavenly Fire Warrior bloodline, the power of Heavenly Fire. Appear. Jiyu Fengshuang's simple and honest face also became serious as he quickly formed a seal with both hands. Mysterious demonic runes appeared on his sturdy body. Wisps of demonic mist emerged and turned into a 10-foot-tall demonic figure behind him. A violent aura was emitted. The Mad Demon Warrior's superpower, the Mad Demon Spirit. As the 2 of them each displayed their bloodline superpower. The strength of the 2 of them immediately increased rapidly. Vaguely, they touched the martial Emperor realm. The other descendants also displayed their bloodline superpower or urged the laws of heaven and earth. Hundreds of violent and terrifying auras gathered together, increasing each other's power. It was for this reason that the relationship between the descendants of the 12 war generals was so close and strong. Unmovable stone emperor seal, Shi Lingxiao withdrew his gaze from Qin Yu, who had an indifferent expression. As divine light flickered, an ancient stone seal descended and guarded him. Since Qin Yu wanted to fight, then let's have a head-on confrontation. To be honest, Shi Lingxiao's battle intent was surging in his heart towards Qin Yu's sudden appearance. He did not think that he was inferior to Qin Yu. Now that there was a chance to fight, it was exactly what he wanted. Chaos Cauldron. Sun Duanqing's ancient sword floated around him as he formed a seal with both hands. The War Emperor transformation was displayed, turning into an ancient cauldron suspended above his head. A layer of faint black light was emitted from the ancient cauldron, filling the void. Since Qin Yu wanted to fight, then he naturally would not be afraid. Seeing that Shi Lingxiao and Sun Duanqing were serious, the other descendants of the 3 emperors also made their moves. For a time, the void became turbulent, emitting destructive fluctuations. 1 against hundreds. That kid is too confident, isn't he? Indeed, even with the help of the dragon locking formation, it's absolutely impossible to deal with so many people. Outside of the divine sovereign tower, numerous gazes were looking at Qin Yu with shock. Even though Qin Yu had set up a killing array in advance and was able to draw in a trace of the divine emperor's dharmic powers, the divine emperor's dharmic powers were not enough. However, to deal with a few hundred martial progenitor realm geniuses on his own. In their eyes, this was completely impossible. Heavenly Thunder God Curse, Thunder Prison. Qin Yu's thunder laws manifested into arcs of lightning that revolved around him. Dense divine light condensed in the void as his 10 fingers moved. Ancient lightning runes condensed in the void. The next moment, a deafening thunderclap exploded. Dazzling lightning bolts were born from the ancient thunder incantations, and they were connected to each other. The entire space of the dragon lock formation turned into a lightning prison. Vast and majestic thunderbolt power surged in the void. Exuding a destructive power, it wreaked havoc in the area. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that instant, over 10 martial progenitor realm geniuses were knocked out. After the heavenly thunder god curse transformed into a lightning prison. Rays of godly light were emitted from Qin Yu's figure, as hundreds of clones of godly light appeared once again. The place instantly turned chaotic. This time, Qin Yu's true self was participating in the battle too. The sky-cracking godly spear appeared and charged at Qi Shanhai, who had turned into a fiery figure. Just in time, Qi Shanhai was instantly aware of it. He let out a hollow laugh and advanced instead of backing away. The saber in his hand was covered in fiery runes as he faced Qin Yu head-on. A sizzling sound could be heard as the fiery saber slashed at the air. The rift was torn apart like the surface of water. Qin Yu thrust his spear forward without any hesitation. The sky shook violently as the two clashed. Qi Shanhai's expression changed tremendously. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he was sent flying. Bang! The moment the saber and the spear collided, Qi Shanhai felt a vast and unparalleled divine power enter his body through the saber. The force was so terrifying that it felt like an ancient ferocious beast had broken into his body. The heavenly fire true force and the force of the rules in his body were completely destroyed. Puff! Qi Shanhai's figure shuddered violently as he was no longer able to resist Qin Yu's attack. He was sent flying while coughing out blood. Whoosh! The spear glow pierced through the sky. Qin Yu did not give Qi Shanhai any chance to react as he eliminated him with a single strike. The sight caused the other martial progenitor realm geniuses to be dumbfounded. Qi Shanhai, one of the top geniuses of the martial progenitor realm, was defeated by Qin Yu in 2 moves. How is it possible for a 9th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator to possess such outstanding strength? Shi Lingxiao, Sun Duanqing, and Feng Tianluo stared with their eyes open wide as their hearts turned cold. The sight before them completely shattered the battle intent in their hearts. They had only seen martial monarchs who were able to defeat a peak martial progenitor with a single move. Thunder strike. Qin Yu did not stop attacking as he thrust his spear forward. The boundless lightning in the void was triggered, crashing into a certain area with a loud bang, accompanied by a destructive explosion of lightning. The martial progenitor realm geniuses and the clones of the godly glows were severely injured, resulting in a huge number of people being eliminated. Under Qin Yu's continuous and berserk attacks, Qin Yu was unable to stop them. The number of martial progenitor realm geniuses decreased rapidly. In just less than half an hour, only a little over 100 people were still struggling to survive. The god seal above Qin Yu's head began to change slightly. At a glance, it felt like it was turning into a statue. Whoosh! Qin Yu scanned the place and saw Jiyu Fengshuang being surrounded by the 5 clones of the godly glows. He immediately dashed forward. Berserk demon. Jiyu Fengshuang straightened his face after being targeted by Qin Yu. Following a groan, he immediately merged with the demon behind him, resulting in a stronger aura. Following this, Jiyu Fengshuang threw a punch forward, knocking the 5 clones of the godly glows away as he faced Qin Yu head-on. He knew that he was no match for Qin Yu. Therefore, he wanted to go all out to see how big the gap was between him and Qin Yu. The thunderclap spear clashed with the berserk demon fist, resulting in a deep sound that sounded like a heart exploding. After Jiyu Fengshuang's right arm shook violently, blood and flesh splattered everywhere as his right arm was pierced through. Unable to resist the lightning attack, he vomited blood and was eliminated. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, Sun Duanqing, who had the ancient cauldron above his head, took the opportunity to attack. He held a pitch-black giant sword in his hand and slashed out with shocking power. On Sun Duanqing's left, Shi Lingxiao formed the motionless stone emperor seal and attacked silently. Now, both Jiyu Fengshuang and Qi Shanhai had been eliminated. Therefore, the first place of this trial would be the descendants of the 3 emperors. Therefore, there was no need to worry about anything. Great thunderclap seal. Qin Yu's heart moved. The majestic thunderclaps that enveloped the sky suddenly gathered at this moment. They turned into 2 thunderclap seals that were 1,000 feet long and came crashing down. Rumble. Sun Duanqing and Shi Lingxiao were forcefully suppressed before they could even get close to Qin Yu. The motionless stone emperor seal and the ancient cauldron couldn't resist the thunderclap divine weapon that Qin Yu had transformed and directly exploded. After Shi Lingxiao and Sun Duanqing vomited blood and flew backward, they were swept out by the 2 divine lights. Chapter 326. The power of his martial arts is too powerful. Indeed, he is undefeatable among those below the martial monarch realm in the godly emperor tower. The crowd of the Emperor Palace outside the godly Emperor Tower discussed among themselves. In many people's eyes, if Qin Yu had not comprehended the martial arts of the 3 emperors, he would not be able to utilize the power of the martial arts left by the godly emperor. Even if he could come first, he would not be able to defeat all the martial progenitor realm geniuses so easily. Following this, Shi Lingxiao and Sun Duanqing were eliminated. The rest of the martial progenitor realm geniuses were no match for Qin Yu. In less than 10 breaths' time, all the martial progenitor realm geniuses were defeated by Qin Yu. After everyone was eliminated, the divine seal on top of Qin Yu's head had already undergone a complete transformation. It turned into a mighty divine statue, exuding a suppressive aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That statue, it looks like the statue of the godly emperor of the 3 emperors. It seems like he's really going to take the treasure in the godly emperor tower. That's normal, since he's a descendant of the godly emperor. When they saw the dignified deity statue above Qin Yu's head, they were shocked. The people of the Emperor Palace were astounded. Even though they had no idea what kind of treasure was inside the godly emperor tower, it was something left behind by the godly emperor. It was most likely a godly artifact now that it was left behind by the godly emperor. Crack. Qin Yu glanced at the statue above his head. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door of the tower and entered it. The tower had a total of 99 floors. Each floor was filled with challenging challenges. From the trial of one's strength to the trial of one's mind, the challenges were endless. If an ordinary martial progenitor were to enter this place, it would be impossible for them to pass the trials. This was also the reason why Jiyu Fengshuang had suggested to first pass through the divine pagoda before deciding the victor. However, to Qin Yu, these trials and tests were as easy as usual. In other words, The trials below the martial monarch realm were useless to Qin Yu. After 2 hours, Qin Yu, who was like a hot knife through butter, arrived at the summit of the divine pagoda. A mysterious glow appeared in front of him, which felt like a dream. It was an extremely shocking barrier. Qin Yu tried it and executed the martial arts of the 3 emperors. The statue above his head immediately absorbed the power of the martial arts of the 3 emperors, as if it had come alive. He stepped down from the sky and walked in front of the barrier of divine light. A profound seal landed on the divine light barrier. In an instant, Qin Yu arrived at a divine light space. Countless divine runes were fluttering in the sky. Beneath those divine incantations was an ancient stone tablet. Ancient incantations were carved on it, and golden runes filled the air. Qin Yu's heart's eyes after taking a closer look at it. The mantras that were dancing in the void had all broken away from the stone tablet. Buzz buzz. As Qin Yu's eyes Qin Yu God eyes, Qin Yu's God Qin Yu. Then, all the divine incantations in the void returned to the ancient incantations on the stone tablet as if they were sentient. Qin Yu looked at it for a moment and reached out to touch the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, all the curses entered Qin Yu's mind. Steal heaven's fortune. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with deep shock after he merged with those divine incantations. These divine incantations were actually an ancient taboo divine art. The heaven-stealing fortune art could steal the fortune of all living beings and steal the fortune of the heavens. Karmic luck belonged to the Tao of destiny, and it was the most profound grand Tao amongst the myriad of Taos in the universe. Even the power of space-time and the power of reincarnation could not compare to the power of providence. There was a saying in the heaven realm. As long as there was enough spirit, even an ant would be able to grow into an unparalleled divine beast. Since ancient times, those who reached the peak were all people with great luck. If one did not have enough luck, then no matter how strong the inheritance was or how powerful the divine ability was, it would not be enough. In the end, it was just drawing water with a bamboo basket. Take Qin Yu for example. In his previous life, he was born as a medicine slave. After experiencing life and death, he had the opportunity to turn things around and become his master's disciple. Later, he obtained the ancient battle dragon art and reached the peak of the sovereign realm. Originally, he might have had the chance to reach the peak of the sovereign realm. However, when he was at the peak, he was betrayed by his brother who had known him for 100 years. He did not even have the chance to escape and had no choice but to self-destruct in the end. However, in the situation where he should have died, Qin Yu's soul obtained a chance of survival and entered the cycle of reincarnation. This life of ups and downs was because of the ethereal and unpredictable karmic luck. It was also because of this that the martial artists of the heaven realm had never given up on comprehending the Tao of karmic luck. However, the power of karmic luck was too ethereal and mysterious. Almost no one could capture its trajectory. And this steal heaven's fortune art could steal the karmic luck of all living beings in the universe to build its own supreme fortune. One could imagine how heaven-defying it was. To a certain extent, this steal heaven's fortune art was not inferior to the 9 secrets of the battle dragon. Qin Yu had heard of this divine art in his previous life, but he knew very little about it. Qin Yu even thought that the existence of the steal heaven's fortune art was just a rumor. After all, it was hard for him to believe that someone could enter the Tao with karmic luck and create such a divine art. What Qin Yu did not expect was that this divine art had fallen into the hands of the ancient divine emperor. Just like that, the god emperor left this technique in the emperor palace. After the shock, Qin Yu immediately calmed his mind and comprehended the steal heaven's fortune art. As Qin Yu comprehended, the divine light space gradually became illusory. When Qin Yu completely comprehended the steal heaven's fortune art, the divine light space completely disappeared. Turning back from his comprehension, Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a dazzling light in his eyes. With a thought, Qin Yu disappeared from the divine tower. When he reappeared, he was outside the divine sovereign tower. Those people from the heavenly imperial palace that were gathered outside of the divine sovereign pagoda all looked over upon seeing Qin Yu. They wanted to see what kind of treasure Qin Yu had obtained in the divine sovereign tower. Even Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian and the other descendants of the three sovereigns were interested. There is no fluctuation of a divine weapon. There is no aura of an emperor weapon. Could it be that the divine emperor did not leave behind the secret art? Those martial artists who were good at sensing used their secret arts to check on Qin Yu. Qin Yu left indifferently, ignoring the different gazes of the martial artists of the Emperor Palace. At this point, this year's Divine Sovereign Tower trial had ended with Qin Yu single-handedly defeating everyone. After the Divine Sovereign Tower trial, Qin Yu's reputation in the Emperor Palace had greatly increased. Although there were still many people who doubted his identity as a core disciple. But among the martial ancestors, no one wanted to challenge Qin Yu. Roar. A month later in the Divine Sovereign Tower trial, Qin Yu, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly heard a loud dragon roar coming from the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Found the dragon tribe? Sensing the excitement of the dragon soul, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. I have indeed sensed it, but it is very far away. The dragon soul was very excited. It had been sensing it for more than a few months and it had finally sensed it. Which direction? Qin Yu stood up and left the palace. After this month of cultivation, he had officially stepped into the Nirvana First Rotation Martial Ancestor realm. Once he subdued a dragon tribe member, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. He might even advance to the Martial Emperor realm. Chapter 327. In the south, it might be in the southern region of the spirit state or outside of the spirit state. The dragon soul said. It seems that I have to summon the skeleton ghost king back. Qin Yu thought for a moment and left the palace. If it was in the southern region of the spirit state, it would be fine. With the power of the imperial palace, he should be able to teleport there directly. But if it was outside of the spirit state, he would have to go on a long journey. You want to leave the palace? The palace master has ordered that you must ask for permission before you leave. Outside the palace, a guarding martial emperor elder stopped Qin Yu and sent someone to ask for permission from the higher-ups of the emperor palace. Qin Yu stood where he was and waited quietly. He was not surprised that the higher-ups of the emperor palace would take such measures. After all, the refining of the immortal emperor pill was still entrusted to him. Not long after, several figures came, and the leader was actually Sun Shiyu. Where are you going? Sun Shiyu walked up and asked. The southern region. Qin Yu said directly. The southern region? What are you going to do there? Sun Shiyu was stunned. She did not expect Qin Yu to go to the southern region. That was far away. There is something I need to do. Qin Yu said simply. What is it? I can ask the elders of the palace to go for you. Sun Shiyu said. I can only do this by myself. Qin Yu shook his head slightly and looked directly at Sun Shiyu. This is very important to me. I must go. In that case, I will go with you. Is that okay? Sun Shiyu raised her eyebrows slightly, but seeing the determination in Qin Yu's eyes, she said after a moment of confrontation. Up to you. Qin Yu said indifferently. Follow me. Sun Shiyu gave a few instructions to the martial emperors who followed her and left with Qin Yu. But they were not going to the teleportation palace. In the Emperor Palace, the teleportation palace was not the only place with teleportation arrays. Important figures such as Sun Shiyu had their own private teleportation arrays. Considering Qin Yu's special identity, Sun Shiyu did not swagger to the teleportation palace with Qin Yu. Where are you going to the southern region? Asked Sun Shiyu, who was leading the way. I don't know. Let's go to the southern domain first. Qin Yu said. Let's go to the southern region first. Do you know how big the southern region is? Our palace only has a total of 6 interdomain transportation portals in the southern domain. They were located in 6 different regions of the southern domain, and the distance between each region was different. Even with the cultivation of the martial emperor realm, it would take 1 or 2 months to break through. If you don't know the exact location, you'll waste a lot of time. Sun Shiyu stopped in her tracks and explained. To her, this was an important period for her cultivation. If not for the fact that Qin Yu was the prophesied person, Sun Shiyu would not have accompanied Qin Yu. We'll go to whichever teleportation formation is closest to the south. Qin Yu said after hearing the news. Sun Xiu glanced at Qin Yu and didn't say anything else. She finally realized that Qin Yu didn't seem to have a specific location at all. Soon after, the two of them stepped onto the teleportation formation that would lead them to the Southern Territory. Interdomain transportation portals took much longer than interdomain transportation portals. After about 10 breaths of time, Qin Yu woke up from the darkness. They appeared in an ancient city. This place was located in the central region of the Southern Territory of the spiritual state. It was the closest place to the south of the Southern Territory that Qin Yu said. After leaving the ancient palace, Sun Xiu put on a mysterious veil. Her originally stunning appearance had become ordinary and ordinary. As one of the 4 great ghosts of the spiritual state, Sun Xiu was quite famous in both the northern and southern regions of the spiritual state. Since she came with Qin Yu, she naturally had to disguise herself. Otherwise, it might cause a commotion. Qin Yu didn't disguise himself. He had just arrived in the spiritual state, and other than the people of the imperial palace, no one would recognize him. Where are we going now? After walking out of the ancient city, Sun Xiu asked. The south. Qin Yu flew into the sky and flew away at top speed. After coming to the Southern Territory, the dragon soul was countless times more sensitive to the aura of the dragon clan. Now, the dragon soul was also sure that the dragon clan had not left the spiritual state. As the two of them flew at top speed, half a month passed in a flash. Along the way, they bypassed countless forces, and their speed was greatly slowed down. After another month, Qin Yu appeared in a misty land. The mist was not ordinary mist, and it was faintly black. Demonic mist. So, Sun Xiu casually caught a cloud of black mist and sensed a strong demonic aura from the black mist. There was also a strong poison in the demonic aura. Even Sun Xiu's great Tao vital essence was constantly being corroded. This is the demonic sea of the Southern Territory. Sun Xiu crushed the ball of fiendish fog, looked at the boundless fiendish fog area, and said slowly. The demonic sea was one of the famous forbidden areas of the Southern Territory. This area had the ability to forbid flying. Even a martial emperor couldn't fly into the void. The demonic poison that filled this area was enough to corrode a martial emperor's great Tao of heaven and earth. This also made the demonic sea a famous forbidden area in the Southern Territory. Usually, no one would come here. What's going on? We're not too far away. Why can't I sense the exact location? In the Dragon God Ancient Seal, the dragon soul carefully sensed and muttered to itself in confusion. In the depths of this demonic sea, there are fluctuations of the void space. Qin Yu said after using a secret technique and sensing with rapt attention. Void space. No wonder. The dragon soul came back to its senses. If it was a secret realm, with his current cultivation, he would have already sensed the exact location with his spacetime ability. But it was different in the void space. The so-called void space referred to the space outside the heavenly domain. To be more precise, it was the space in the space wall between the heavenly domain and the outer domain. To a certain extent, the void space was somewhat similar to the Sumeru realm and the space secret realm. But the Sumeru realm and the Sumeru realm were located in the continent, while the void space was located outside the continent. The power of the laws of heaven and earth that filled the two were completely different. Is this the place you want to come to? Sun Xiu asked curiously when she saw Qin Yu's expression. That's right. Qin Yu nodded. He took a step forward and charged into the fiendish devil sea. The moment he entered the demonic sea, Qin Yu's body flashed with divine light, and a yin and yang light appeared under his feet. The yin and yang light turned into a divine ring. The divine ring spun and turned into a yin and yang vortex around Qin Yu. The demonic mist that gathered could not get close to Qin Yu at all as the yin and yang vortex spun. Yin and yang divine ring. Sun Xiu, who was surrounded by the power of heaven and earth, recognized the divine weapon that Qin Yu had created. This divine weapon contained the power of yin and yang. It was the divine weapon that the Yin-Yang Emperor had made famous in the heavenly domain 4,000 years ago. But since the Yin-Yang Emperor disappeared, the yin and yang divine ring had disappeared. Even Sun Xiu had only seen descriptions of it in ancient books and had never seen the real yin and yang divine ring. Qin Yu could actually create it. Could it be that he had seen the yin and yang divine ring in the divine sovereign tower? To be honest, Sun Shiyu was also curious about what treasure Qin Yu had obtained in the divine sovereign tower. But Qin Yu had no intention of telling her, so she did not ask. Chapter 328. Whoosh. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu had just entered the fiendish demon sea. A fiendish ancestor-level fiendish poison beast launched a sneak attack. Sun Shiyu remained calm and ignored the attack. With a flash of divine light, a divine needle pierced through the fiendish poison beast and killed it instantly. It was Qin Yu's attack. The deeper they went, the more fiendish poison beasts appeared and their strength increased. They had reached the martial emperor realm from the martial ancestor realm. With the appearance of the martial emperor realm fiendish poison beast, Sun Shiyu, who had not attacked yet, also attacked. The martial emperor realm fiendish poison beast was extremely weak in her hands and could be killed easily. Suddenly, Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu, who were deep in the fiendish demon sea, were shocked. Oh no! Both of them looked serious and immediately dodged. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a hurricane blade flew over their heads like a bolt of lightning. A gigantic pitch-black crack appeared in the void. A large amount of fiendish mist was swallowed and the fiendish poison sea, which was originally filled with fiendish poison, suddenly became clear. Dao art power? Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu both looked at the huge black crack in shock. Then they looked up at the place where the violent saber technique fluctuations came from. They saw two figures high in the sky above the fiendish demon sea. They actually ignored the fiendish demon sea's ability to seal the sky and fought fiercely. The Dao art power that could destroy heaven and earth raged. The hurricane blade that whizzed by just now was just a small aftershock. There is actually a battle between Emperor Realm Masters. Sun Shiyu's face became more and more shocked. Although she was called one of the four great sages of the spiritual state, no matter how strong her aptitude was, she was only a genius. Compared to a real Emperor Realm Master, she was not at the same level. If she had reacted a little slower just now, she would have been seriously injured even if she had a trump card. That is, although they were very far away, Qin Yu, who was watching carefully, could see the two people fighting clearly. One was a silver-haired man in armor with a long halberd in his hand. The other one was an old man in black who was surrounded by countless black curse ancient runes. Qin Yu's eyes fell on the silver-haired man. Pan Hong. He also broke through to the Emperor realm? When the dragon soul saw the armored silver-haired man, it was stunned and in disbelief. That silver-haired man was called Pan Hong. Like Long Hao, he was a disciple that Qin Yu had taken in his previous life. In Qin Yu's previous life, he had only accepted 3 disciples, and they were all in-name disciples. But he didn't expect that besides Long Hao, even Pan Hong had reached the Emperor realm. Let's go. Sun Shiyu came to her senses, grabbed Qin Yu, and retreated at top speed. Sun Shiyu originally thought that with her strength, it was sufficient to guarantee Qin Yu's safety in the fiendish demon sea. But now, there was actually a battle between Emperor Masters, which was beyond her expectations. Just now, just the aftershock of the power of Dao art almost caused them to lose their lives. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. Why would Pan Hong appear here? Could it be a coincidence? Qin Yu came to his senses and didn't resist, allowing Sun Shiyu to carry him out of the fiendish demon sea. However, he was quite concerned about Pan Hong's appearance here. Could it be that Pan Hong also knew that there was a dragon clan here? Rumble. Not long after they left the fiendish demon sea, a destructive hurricane raged across the entire fiendish demon sea. In that destructive hurricane, there was also a gust of eerie sword intent. As the two swept across, all the fiendish demon fog was annihilated. What an amazing power! Sun Shiyu looked back, her face full of shock. Even now, they were thousands of miles away from the fiendish demon sea. But she could still clearly sense the destructive fluctuations in the sky above the fiendish demon sea. Even if a martial emperor was involved in that kind of fluctuation, there would be nothing left of him. Qin Yu raised his head, sensing the battle in the void in the distance, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Thousands of years had passed, and the world had changed. The in-name disciple that followed Qin Yu in the past had now become a dragon and stepped into the Emperor realm. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Boom boom boom. At this moment, in the sky above the fiendish demon sea, the silver-haired Pan Hong stabbed out with a long halberd in his hand. An incomparably terrifying Dao power erupted from the long halberd, turning into an unparalleled destructive hurricane. The entire sky above the fiendish demon sea became a destructive forbidden zone. The old man opposite Pan Hong had ancient black runes on his body, forming an ancient array with black runes behind him. An extremely evil Dao power aura came from that ancient array with black runes, making one's heart palpitate. The two of them fought fiercely in the void, using killing moves without regard for their own lives. From time to time, pitch-black areas appeared in the sky. Those were the chaotic black holes formed when space was broken. A mysterious and frightening power was emitted from those chaotic black holes. All Dao power and true origin were devoured by those chaotic black holes. Even Pan Hong and the black-clad old man, who were emperors, had to avoid those black hole areas. Pan Hong, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. The black-clad old man shouted angrily as he punched out again, destroying the dazzling halberd light. If you don't explain what happened to my junior brother, don't even think about leaving safely today. Pan Hong's well-defined face was filled with coldness. The long halberd in his hand kept changing, sometimes turning into a dragon and sometimes a phoenix. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix resounded throughout the world, and the violent hurricane that accompanied it became even more terrifying. Mate, your junior brother is courting death. He dared to provoke the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and my master. He's already dead. The black-clad old man sent out ancient seals with both hands, blocking the attacks that came from all directions as he snorted coldly. My junior brother wouldn't provoke two ancient emperors for no reason. Tell me everything that you know. Pan Hong's expression turned even colder, and his attacks became even fiercer. Are you really going to offend the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and my master for a dead person? The black-clad old man's expression changed as he felt Pan Hong's terrifying aura. If my master was still here, the ancient emperors of your two sects would be nothing before my master. Pan Hong was unmoved, and his attacks became even fiercer. I see. You don't want to know what happened to your junior brother. What you really want to investigate is what happened to your master. The black-clad old man was stunned for a moment before he reacted. If that's the case, countless thoughts flashed through the black-clad old man's mind, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Pan Hong's third junior brother was very close. Since Pan Hong's purpose of killing him was not to find out the whereabouts of the ancient dragon emperor, Long Hao. This meant that Pan Hong definitely knew where Long Hao was. What an unexpected gain. The black-haired old man's sinister eyes flickered with ecstasy. Long Hao had gained the power to fight the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor not long after he became a sovereign. This caused a huge uproar among the sovereigns in the Heaven region. Countless sovereigns wanted to know where Long Hao's powerful strength came from. There were even rumors that Long Hao had obtained the inheritance of his master, the Dragon God Sovereign. Chapter 329. This also caused countless forces to inquire about Long Hao's whereabouts. But after the battle with Ghost Emperor Zhentian, Long Hao disappeared without a trace, and there was no news of him anymore. If Pan Hong really knew Long Hao's whereabouts, it would definitely be big news that would shock the entire Heaven Domain. After all, it was related to the inheritance of the Heaven Domain's strongest emperor. The black-robed old man was naturally excited. Since you won't say, then I'll have to do it myself. The killing intent on Pan Hong's face became even more intense. His silver hair fluttered in the wind as his left hand formed a series of seals. Behind him, a cloud of silver mist appeared. In the next moment, a deafening roar came from the silver mist. 1,000-meter-long silver rock appeared. It was Pan Hong's contract creature, an ancient beast, Profound Wind Monster Rock. Looking at the destructive aura emanating from the Profound Wind Monster Rock, it was also an Emperor Realm Master. After the Profound Wind Monster Rock appeared, it let out a soul-shaking scream and merged with Pan Hong. Not good. The black-robed old man's pupils shrank as he immediately used the pitch-black ancient array behind him to block in front of him. Pan Hong's strength was already above his, and now he had merged with the Emperor Realm profound wind monster rock. The combined strength of the two far surpassed the combined strength of two Emperor Realm masters. Capture. Almost at this moment, an azure light that even an Emperor Realm master could not see clearly flashed. The pitch-black ancient array trembled violently and then shattered with a loud bang. The azure light was unstoppable, and as fast as lightning, it pierced through the black-robed old man's body. The black-robed old man's face changed abruptly as his body froze in the void. At the place where his body was pierced, ancient and mysterious forbidden spells spread all over his body, sealing his emperor soul. This is the soul-devouring curse. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with horror as he thought of the terrifying secret technique of the dragon god emperor. Shua. With a flash of azure light, Pan Hong immediately acted, wanting to capture the black-robed old man's emperor soul. Pan Hong, just you wait. Explode. The black-robed old man shouted ferociously. With a bang, the black-robed old man directly turned into a pitch-black ancient forbidden spell and exploded. In the next moment, the black-robed old man's figure appeared 100 kilometers away. Without thinking, he immediately turned into a black light and flew into a pitch-black crack, disappearing without a trace. He actually escaped. Pan Hong raised his eyebrows slightly, and the Shenfeng demonic rock in his body disappeared. After pausing for a moment, Pan Hong's figure flashed and disappeared. Looks like it's over. Sun Shiyu heaved a sigh of relief when she sensed the dissipation of the heavenly Dao law. Although he was only watching the battle from 1,000 kilometers away, he could feel the vast power of an Emperor Realm master. Unknowingly, she broke out in a cold sweat. You're still not leaving? Sun Shiyu was just about to suggest returning to the Sky Emperor Palace. Qin Yu set up an illusory formation around them, merging them with the surrounding terrain. Yes. Qin Yu sat cross-legged. They didn't know why Pan Hong had appeared here or why he was fighting an Emperor Realm master. However, once their battle was over, Qin Yu still had to go to the depths of the fiendish demon sea to find the void dimension. What exactly is in the depths of the fiendish demon sea? Qin Yu was so determined to go to the depths of the fiendish demon sea where two Emperor Realm masters were fighting. This made Sun Shiyu a little curious. I don't know. Qin Yu shook his head slightly and didn't say anything else. He wasn't sure if Pan Hong and the black-robed old man had left the fiendish demon sea. Therefore, he planned to avoid this period of time before going to the depths of the fiendish demon sea. A strange look flashed across Sun Shiyu's eyes. She didn't quite believe Qin Yu's words. If he didn't know what was inside, why would Qin Yu want to enter the fiendish demon sea so much? He didn't even care about the battle between Emperor Realm masters. After thinking about it, an ancient talisman appeared in Sun Shiyu's hand and merged into her palm. After that, she sat down cross-legged like Qin Yu and started meditating. Sun Shiyu wanted to see why Qin Yu wanted to go to the depths of the fiendish demon sea. Time passed day by day. After more than a month, Qin Yu was ready to leave. In this more than a month, because of the battle between two Emperor Realm masters. This attracted countless forces to investigate, and many martial Emperor Realm spies came to the fiendish demon sea. This added a lot of liveliness to this famous forbidden area. Shou. The thin fiendish demon mist was broken, and two figures rushed into the depths of the fiendish demon sea as fast as arrows. After the battle between Pan Hong and the black-robed old man, the fiendish poison beasts in the fiendish demon sea were basically completely wiped out. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu continued to move forward without any hindrance. Half a day later, Qin Yu stopped in a rocky area. These rocks everywhere were formed by meteorites that fell from the sky. Qin Yu looked around the meteorite area, and finally stopped in front of a meteorite. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with strong emotions. Fairy Shualan's aura. Has Fairy Shualan been here before? The dragon soul's expression changed as it sensed it. However, this made the dragon soul sure that there was a dragon clan in this place. Dragon soul, can you find the entrance to the void space with your space-time divine ability? Qin Yu restrained his emotions and asked. No, I can't sense it at all. The dragon soul carefully sensed with its space-time divine ability and shook its head. This was the difference between the Shumi secret realm and the void space. The void space was filled with foreign world principles, unless the void space was exposed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to enter the void space. Sun Shiyu saw Qin Yu's appearance and also looked around, but found nothing. Dao art power? Emperor realm. Suddenly, the faces of Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu, who were carefully searching, changed, and they immediately retreated. But at this moment, a destructive hurricane appeared in the surrounding void. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu's footsteps stiffen. They are trapped in that destructive hurricane. What are you two juniors doing here? A voice came from the void. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu raised their heads. In mid-air, a figure appeared out of nowhere, looking down at them from above. That person was none other than Pan Hong. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not speak. We heard that there was a battle between Emperor Realm Masters, so we came to explore out of curiosity. We didn't mean to disturb Senior. Sun Shiyu's face was covered in cold sweat, and she hurriedly said respectfully. As she spoke, the ancient talisman in her palm was quietly unsealed. You are quite talented. Which force are you from? Pan Hong swept his gaze, skipping Qin Yu and looking at Sun Shiyu. Sun Shiyu's talent surprised him slightly. At such a young age, she already had the cultivation of a peak 6th grade martial emperor. This was not something that could be achieved with great talent. Junior Sun Shiyu is a disciple of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, and my father is Sun Guxing. Sun Shiyu immediately reported her background, and also mentioned the Emperor Realm Master behind her. Emperor Heavenly Star? The High Priest of the Heavenly Imperial Palace? Pan Hong's eyes flashed with surprise. Emperor Heavenly Star was famous in the spiritual state, so he had naturally heard of him. Even in the 9 states of the Heaven Realm, Sun Guxing was considered a famous Emperor Realm Master. Chapter 330. This is not a place you should be. Leave. Pan Hong flicked his finger and the destructive hurricane immediately dissipated. He had no grudges with Sky Emperor Palace, so he did not attack the two juniors. Thank you, Senior. Sun Shiyu nodded respectfully and immediately prepared to leave with Qin Yu. Wait. Suddenly, Pan Hong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Yu's figure. Could it be that this brat has discovered me? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, before entering the Fiend Demon Sea, Qin Yu had completely retracted his dragon bloodline and dragon vein. Although Pan Hong was his disciple in his previous life, Qin Yu could not risk revealing his identity now. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal had also completely retracted its dragon chi. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Sun Shiyu turned back respectfully, and so did Qin Yu. Are you also from Sky Emperor Palace? Pan Hong's eyes slightly narrowed. He was carefully sizing up Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Shio. Suddenly, a green light flashed and shot into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu seemed to be extremely frightened, and the 3 emperors' divine power surged in his body in an attempt to resist the green light. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the 3 emperors' divine powers were, Qin Yu was just a martial ancestor. In the face of an emperor realm Dao art, he had no power to fight back. Senior. Seeing this, Sun Shiyu's face changed drastically. The ancient talisman in her palm was completely unsealed, and a vast emperor realm aura appeared. An indestructible stone emperor seal descended and protected her and Qin Yu. Countless stars flickered on this indestructible stone emperor seal, like a sky full of stars. Every single ray of starlight contained the power of a Dao technique. This was a life-saving talisman given to Sun Shiyu by her father. Even an Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to break this indestructible stone emperor seal in a short time. Unless it was someone with the same cultivation as Sun Guxing. Raise your head. Pan Hong raised his eyebrows slightly and moved his finger. The green light flew out from Qin Yu's body. However, almost at the instant Qin Yu raised his head, a dazzling blue light bloomed in Pan Hong's eyes. When their eyes met, Qin Yu's expression immediately became dazed. Am I mistaken? However, after a short while, the blue light in Pan Hong's eyes dissipated. He asked, "What's your name?" Shen Feng. Qin Yu looked terrified, but in his heart, he was relieved. The green light and blue light that Pan Hong sent into his body just now were probing his spirit veins and blood. The flickering blue light in his eyes was an illusion technique cast on Qin Yu. Although he did not know why, Pan Hong had sensed Qin Yu's identity. Leave. Pan Hong frowned and did not ask any further. He waved his hand and said, "This junior will take his leave." Sun Shiyu was a little surprised. She didn't know what Pan Hong was doing. However, seeing that Pan Hong did not intend to continue attacking them, Sun Shiyu immediately controlled the Starlight Immortal Stone Emperor seal and cautiously left with Qin Yu. Whoosh! Not long after Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu left, a black light flashed. Then, a figure appeared. He was dressed in black and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had an extraordinary aura. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was also his disciple in his previous life, Taishu Kong. Qin Yu had 3 disciples in his previous life. The first disciple, Pan Hong, the second disciple, Taishu Kong, and the third disciple, Long Hao. After 1,000 years, the 3 disciples had all stepped into the Emperor realm. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Taishu Kong asked curiously when he saw Pan Hong looking in a certain direction. "Nothing. I might have been mistaken." Pan Hong shook his head and came back to his senses. In that instant, Qin Yu's figure that turned and left gave him a very familiar feeling. It was like the back of his master that he had always looked up to in his previous life. However, just now, Pan Hong used the secret technique that Qin Yu had taught him to sense, but he did not find anything. To be honest, if Sun Shiyu was not Sun Guxing's daughter, Pan Hong really could not help but search Qin Yu's soul. "By the way, did you find anything this time?" Pan Hong asked. "It's still the same. There are only traces of Xuelan." Taishu Kong was a little disappointed. Could it be that master has truly fallen? After a long silence, Pan Hong sighed. They followed Fairy Xuelan's ancestral sacrifice and traveled through the 9 states of the Heaven Domain, billions of continents, and the extraterritorial battlefield. They tried to find a trace that his master was still alive. However, hundreds of years had passed, and they found nothing. Since Fairy Xuelan said that master would come back alive, she must have divined something. Taishu Kong's tone was firm. After he entered the Emperor realm, he had seen Fairy Xuelan once. It was that time that he was sure that his master was still alive. Therefore, no matter what, he would not give up. "It seems that I still have to find a way to find out what happened in the graveyard of the immortal god." Pan Hong was a little annoyed. "If I had known, I would have waited for you to come before attacking Old Devil Qian Xie. If they had joined forces, Old Devil Qian Xie would not have been able to escape. Back then, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and Ancient Evil God Emperor of the Sacrificial Evil God Court. They had both brought people to the graveyard of the immortal god. Emperor Qian Xie, whom Pan Hong had chased, was not only from the Sacrificial Evil God Court, but also participated in the incident back then. Therefore, Pan Hong wanted to find out about the graveyard of the immortal god from Emperor Qian Xie. It's a pity that junior brother has been unconscious. Speaking of this, Taishu Kong sighed softly. Long Hao definitely knew a lot about their master's disappearance. Otherwise, he would not have attacked Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian directly. "Let's go. It's been more than a month, and the people of the Sacrificial Evil Court still haven't arrived." There was an 80 to 90% chance that Old Devil Thousand Evil had died in the spatial turbulence. "It's a waste of the gift we specially prepared for them." Pan Hong opened his right hand, and a spiritual array disc with Emperor's might appeared. In the void, millions of ancient talismans appeared and merged into the spiritual array disc. As a breeze blew, Pan Hong and Taishu Kong immediately disappeared. So close. Only after completely leaving the Fiend Demon Sea did Sun Shiyu retract the Starlight Immortal Stone Emperor seal. His face was filled with the color of having survived a calamity. Fortunately, their Sky Emperor Palace was a top force in the spiritual state. Otherwise, it was unknown if they could have left just now. On the other hand, Qin Yu, who was originally frightened, had returned to normal. His eyes were calm like a deep pool. "What do we do now?" In the Dragon God Ancient Seal, the Dragon Soul spoke. Based on his perception for the past few months, there should be only one dragon clan in the entire spiritual state. If he gave up, Qin Yu would have to leave the spiritual state and go to the other 8 states to find the Dragon Clan. But judging from the situation of the Sky Emperor Palace, before refining the Immortal Emperor pill, the higher-ups of the Sky Emperor Palace would not let Qin Yu leave just like that. Therefore, Qin Yu really could not let go of this Dragon Clan easily. We can only wait for Pan Hong to leave, Qin Yu said. Other than that, there was no other good way. Besides, Qin Yu also needed time to solve the problem of not being able to enter the Sumeru realm. Otherwise, even if Pan Hong was not there, he would not be able to enter that void space. Chapter 331. Shenfeng, are you alright? Sun Shiyu asked worriedly as she recalled the blue light that Pan Hong had inserted into Qin Yu's body. I'm fine. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Do you know the martial monarch? Sun Shiyu asked suspiciously after feeling slightly relieved. Sun Shiyu had not paid much attention to it before. However, now that she thought about it, Sun Shiyu found it strange. Pan Hong had only asked her about her background, but it was obvious that he had probed Qin Yu with a secret technique. No, I don't. Qin Yu would not admit it. Let's go back. Sun Shiyu was about to ask more questions when Qin Yu flew into the sky. What is this guy doing here at the fiendish demon ocean? Although she was surprised, Sun Shiyu didn't linger and immediately followed him. Sun Shiyu did not notice that 2 ancient seals had been inserted into the ground when Qin Yu flew into the sky. Rumble. 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu, who were flying through the air, slowed down slightly. A great battle was taking place in the rift before them. 3 martial progenitors in light blue outfits were attacking a group of martial progenitors. Although there were more than 40 martial progenitors in the group, there were casualties under the attacks of the 3 martial progenitors. It's her. Qin Yu glanced at her and raised his eyebrows. Among those 3 light blue-clothed martial ancestors, there was a sweet and graceful woman. Qin Yu actually knew her. She was Su Yuqing, whom he had met once at the Blood Demon continent. You know the people of the Sage Divine Dynasty? Sun Shiyu asked when she saw that. I helped one of their disciples during the trial at the Blood Demon continent. Qin Yu noticed Sun Shiyu's strange expression and asked, what's wrong? Does the Sage Divine Dynasty hold a grudge against us? Not exactly, but the Crown Prince of the Sage Divine Dynasty has a grudge against me. Sun Shiyu shook her head. The Sage Divine Dynasty was one of the top factions in the southern region, while the Sky Emperor Palace was one of the dominators in the northern region. There were conflicts between the 2 factions, but it was not a grudge. It seems that the Crown Prince is a genius. As one of the 4 great ghost geniuses of the spiritual state, not everyone was qualified to have a grudge against Sun Shiyu. You don't know the Crown Prince of the Saint Dynasty? Sun Shiyu asked in surprise when she heard that. I don't know. Is he very famous? Qin Yu shook his head. Don't you know who the 4 great ghosts of the spiritual state are? Sun Shiyu was speechless. Qin Yu had been in Sky Imperial Palace for several months. He didn't seem to understand this basic information at all. I really don't know. Sun Shiyu was one of the 4 great saints of the spiritual state. As for the other 3, Qin Yu really didn't know who they were, nor did he want to know. To Qin Yu, even if he was reborn, the geniuses of this life were nothing more than geniuses. Qin Yu had never taken him seriously. Even though he was no match for those geniuses now, for Qin Yu, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Therefore, except for the world of the Emperor realm, Qin Yu had never cared about the martial ancestor realm and the martial emperor realm. The 4 great ghosts are the Saint Son of the ancient Holy Land, Tianyang Holy Land, the young master of the ancient aristocratic family, Shenyuan family, and the Crown Prince of the ancient Divine Dynasty and the Saint Dynasty. Including the descendants of the 3 emperors, Sun Shiyu of Sky Imperial Palace was one of the 4 great ghosts of the spiritual state. The 4 of them were the geniuses with the strongest emperor physique among the known young geniuses of the spiritual state. Therefore, they were called the 4 great ghosts of the spiritual state. You'd better understand this information when you go back, lest you offend someone in the future. Sun Shiyu reminded Qin Yu. Among the younger generation of the martial emperor realm in the spiritual state, are the 4 of you the strongest? Qin Yu smiled non-committally. Not really. Last time, the four of us only made it into the top 50 of the spiritual state war ranking. Sun Xiu shook her head slightly. Although they were talented, their combat strength was not the best among the martial emperor realm in the spiritual state. The spiritual state war ranking listed all the martial emperor realm geniuses among the younger generation of the spiritual state. The war ranking was changed every 3 years, and almost every time it was changed, there would be geniuses born. The four great ghosts, including Sun Xiu, were also named by the spiritual state war ranking. At this time, the battle at the Saint Dynasty was over. The more than 40 people left more than half of the corpses and fled. Qin Yu and Sun Xiu were about to leave. Su Yuqing flew out from the group of 3 and greeted them. "It's really you." Su Yuqing saw Qin Yu and smiled happily. "Long time no see." Qin Yu greeted her lightly. "Huh? Are you from Sky Imperial Palace?" Only then did Su Yuqing see the Sky Imperial Palace logo on Qin Yu and Sun Xiu. Because Sun Xiu was wearing a veil, she did not see through Sun Xiu's disguise. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded slightly. "Then why are you in the southern region? Are you here for the Divine Dynasty martial gathering?" Su Yuqing asked curiously. "The Divine Dynasty martial gathering you mentioned is the Divine Dynasty martial gathering jointly held by the 3 divine dynasties in the southern region?" Sun Xiu suddenly asked. "Yes, if you want to go, I can take you." Sun Xiu invited. She came out this time to participate in the martial gathering. She just happened to meet the group of wanted bandits, so she killed them. "Okay." Qin Yu was about to refuse, but Sun Xiu agreed first. "Then let's go." Su Yuqing smiled and flew away with Qin Yu and Sun Xiu. "Are you interested in this level of martial gathering?" Qin Yu asked via voice transmission in a slightly puzzled manner. If Su Yuqing and the others participated, it should be a martial ancestor level martial gathering. Although it was jointly held by the 3 divine dynasties, its nature was probably similar to the trial at the Divine Emperor Tower. "I heard that the people in charge of the Divine Dynasty martial gathering are the crown princes of the 3 divine dynasties." The crown princes of the 3 divine dynasties were all heavenly talents ranked in the spiritual state tournament last time. 3 years had passed, and Sun Xiu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The crown princes of the 3 divine dynasties must have become stronger as well. Sun Xiu's purpose was to test their strength. "Princess, who are these 2? Seeing Su Yuqing fly away with Qin Yu and Sun Xiu, the 2 people with Su Yuqing immediately came up to them. "Let me introduce you. This is Qi Suishing and Zhuo Canglong. We are both from the Saint Dynasty. This is Shen Feng, whom I mentioned last time. I'm going to take them to the Divine Dynasty martial gathering." Su Yuqing introduced the 2 young men to Qin Yu and Sun Xiu. "Are they from the Heavenly Imperial Palace?" Qi Suishing, who was holding a sword, frowned and looked at Qin Yu and Sun Xiu. Of course, his main attention was on Qin Yu. That was because Su Yuqing only introduced Qin Yu. "Princess, the Divine Dynasty martial gathering is held by the southern region. Wasn't it a little inappropriate to bring 2 outsiders along? Moreover, they are from the Imperial Palace of the southern region," Zhuo Canglong said with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 332. What's wrong with that? Although the martial contest is held by the 3 dynasties, there is no rule. However, there's no rule that only people from the 3 divine dynasties of the southern region can go and see it. Su Yuqing snorted and ignored Zhuo Canglong. Qi Suishing and Zhuo Canglong looked at each other and followed her. Along the way, Su Yuqing told Qin Yu and Su Yuqing about the 3 dynasties. Zhuo Canglong and Qi Suishing were obviously against Qin Yu and Su Yuqing. After returning from the Blood Demon continent, Su Yuqing had sent people to find out about Qin Yu. She did not expect to run into him here. Qi Suishing and Zhuo Canglong felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Therefore, they were wary of Qin Yu and Su Yuqing along the way. 5 days later, they arrived at the Fire Spirit City in the Fire Realm where the martial contest was held. Since the spiritual state battle ranking was about to be held, other than the young geniuses, numerous ancient factions had also gathered here. It could be said that the Fire Spirit City was filled with experts. As Su Yuqing was the princess of the Saint dynasty, they were given special treatment and stayed in a palace. Hey, isn't this Princess Su? What a coincidence. As soon as they arrived at the palace, they heard a charming laugh. A woman in a red dress with a sexy figure and a noble temperament walked over with several people. Du Mai Xian. Su Yuqing's face turned cold when she saw the sexy woman. You didn't even make it through the preliminaries last time. How dare you come to the martial contest this time? TSK. The red-haired woman laughed in an enigmatic manner. Humph, you'd better pray that you don't run into me in this martial contest. Otherwise, I'll pay you back 100 times. Su Yuqing's face turned even colder. Du Mai Xian was also the princess of the Saint dynasty. Their two mansions had always been at odds with each other, so their juniors were naturally at odds with each other. In the last martial contest, Su Yuqing was defeated by Du Mai Xian and was humiliated by her. Su Yuqing had been holding a grudge. You think you can do that with the trash you brought with you? There's actually a Nirvana First Revolution martial ancestor? Ha, you even sent out such trash. Is there no one else in your Scarlet Sky mansion? Du Meishuan's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. When she saw Qin Yu, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed contemptuously. The peak martial progenitor realm subordinates behind her burst out laughing too. How dare you? Qi Suishing and Zhuo Canglong were infuriated. The worldly laws on their bodies went berserk, and they were about to attack. Du Mai Xian, these two are my friends. Watch your mouth. Su Yuqing stopped the two of them. After all, this was the territory of the Four-Spirit God dynasty. Given her status, she could be treated with hospitality. However, if they were to cause trouble, they would most likely be mercilessly expelled. Friends. Heavenly Imperial Palace? Du Mai Xian sized up Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu and recognized the insignia on them. Trash and a vase. Birds of a feather flock together. After seeing Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu's background, Du Mai Xian was still smiling. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Yu was sensitive enough to sense Du Meishuan's killing intent. The Golden Spirit Mansion seems to have some enmity with the descendants of the 12 war generals. Sun Shiyu saw the insignia on Du Meishuan's body and sent her a voice transmission. Who is the trash? You'll know when the martial gathering begins. Su Yuqing said coldly. Then, I'll wait and see. Du Mai Xian chuckled and left arrogantly with her entourage. I'm sorry. I have some grudges with the Golden Spirit Mansion. I've dragged you into this. Su Yuqing said apologetically to Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu. She was not sure about Sun Shiyu's strength. However, she had seen Qin Yu's combat strength with her own eyes. He could easily kill several high-level Nirvana blood demons. If anyone underestimated Qin Yu because of his cultivation, they would not even know how they died. It's fine. Qin Yu smiled faintly. You've been stepped on, and you still don't take it seriously. How admirable. Qi Suishing and Zhuo Canglong saw Qin Yu's expression, and their faces turned even uglier. They looked at Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu with even more disdain. In their opinion, if it were not for Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu, with their cultivation, how could they be looked down upon by the Golden Spirit Mansion? The martial gathering will begin in 7 days. If you have time to talk nonsense, you might as well adjust your state. Su Yuqing frowned. She knew Qin Yu's strength, so she took the initiative to befriend him. However, Qi Suishing and Zhuo Canglong repeatedly spoke disrespectfully. This made Su Yuqing somewhat regret bringing these two ignorant fellows along. Fortunately, Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu did not seem to care, which made her slightly relieved. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu really did not care about Du Mai Xian, Qi Suishing, and the others. One of them was the strongest sovereign in his previous life, and the other was one of the 4 great sages of the spiritual state. In their eyes, Du Mai Xian, Qi Suishing, and the others were just ants that could be crushed easily. Why would they care about ants who did not know their own strength? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the martial gathering, the sky was still dark. The entire ancient city was like a giant beast that had just awoken from its slumber. It was a boiling cauldron of voices that soared into the sky. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu, led by Sun Shiyu, went to the place where the martial gathering was being held. The martial gathering was jointly held by the three divine dynasties, and countless king mansions and major forces would come. The scale of the gathering was naturally extremely shocking. In the void, there were 10 battle arenas made of divine jade floating in the air. Around the 10 battle arenas were the positions of the forces of the three divine dynasties. The spectator area and the martial gathering area were separated separately. Tens of millions of martial artists gathered in this area, but there was no sign of chaos. "Look, the Wuliang divine dynasty is here." Suddenly, a voice sounded, and the noise that was originally soaring into the sky immediately disappeared. In the void above Fire Spirit City, a snow-white phoenix surrounded by snow mist spread its wings and flew over. It was the ancient beast, the snow phoenix, Qian Yuming. Sun Shiyu's bright eyes focused as she saw through the snow mist around the snow phoenix. On top of the snow phoenix stood a figure with a vast aura. It was a handsome young man in a snow-white robe. He was the crown prince of the Wuliang divine dynasty, Qian Yuming. Qian Yuming was ranked 41st in the spiritual state war ranking, roar. When the snow phoenix appeared, a deafening beast roar sounded, and the sky trembled. To the east of Fire Spirit City, a ferocious black tiger that was dozens of feet tall with mighty divine power flew over. A ferocious aura swept across the sky, and countless people's hearts trembled. It was the ancient beast, the black demonic tiger. It's the crown prince of the Saint Divine Dynasty. On the head of the black demonic tiger, a burly figure stood with his arms crossed. The crown prince of the Saint Divine Dynasty, Zhu Yuanwu, was ranked in the top 50 of the spiritual state war ranking. Zhu Wuyuan. Sun Shiyu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Compared to Qian Yuming, she was obviously more interested in Zhu Wuyuan, who was also one of the 4 great ghosts of the spiritual state. Boom! In the sky, a huge fireball fell from the sky like a meteor, burning the sky. The fireball appeared like lightning and instantly landed in the void. A figure stepped out of the fireball. It was the crown prince of the Tianling divine dynasty, Yi Tianyu. He was ranked 39th in the spiritual state war ranking. Exclamations sounded as the crown princes of the 3 divine dynasties all gathered. Chapter 333. Brother Qian, Brother Zhu, long time no see. Yi Tianyu waved his hand, and the huge fireball turned into countless flames that entered his body. The martial gathering was held by the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty, and Yi Tianyu, the crown prince, was the host. "It's been 3 years since we last met. I wonder if your cultivation has improved." Qian Yuming laughed and jumped down from the snow phoenix. A hazy light flickered on his body, and the snow phoenix immediately disappeared. "What? Brother Yuming, are you going to fight with Brother Yi during the martial gathering?" Zhu Wuyuan tapped the tiger's head with his right foot. The black demonic tiger roared and turned into a black light, entering the black ancient ring on Zhu Wuyuan's right hand. "If Brother Yi doesn't mind, I would like to exchange a few moves with you." Qian Yuming didn't hide his battle intent. In the previous spiritual state tournament, Qian Yuming lost to Yi Tianyu's curse, which was why he fell out of the top 40. He had always wanted to find Yi Tianyu and take revenge. It was an open secret in the 3 divine dynasties of the southern region. Haha, the spiritual state tournament will be held in 4 months. If Brother Qian wants to fight, I will accompany you to the end. As for today, it's a stage for the martial ancestors. Let's not steal their limelight. Yi Tianyu smiled and took a step forward, appearing in front of the judges' table. Zhu Wuyuan and Qian Yuming also flew down. Peak of rank 7 Martial Emperor, middle of rank 7 Martial Emperor, peak of rank 6 Martial Emperor. At the same time, in the martial gatherings candidate area, there was a gaze quietly looking at Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan, and Qian Yuming. That gaze belonged to Sun Shiyu. As expected, Yi Tianyu is the strongest among the 3. Sun Shiyu's eyes glittered. Yi Tianyu and Qian Yuming were 1 year older than her and Zhu Wuyuan. Their cultivation was 1 level higher than theirs. The Martial Emperor realm was the 8th level of the martial path. At this level, the difference of 1 level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Yi Tianyu and Qian Yuming were both geniuses who could fight opponents above their level. However, a smile appeared on Sun Shiyu's face when she saw the three's cultivation. Yi Tianyu and the other two had made rapid progress in their cultivation in the past 3 years. However, she was not afraid at all. 4 months later, she would become famous in the spiritual state with her strength in the spiritual state battle ranking meeting. Qin Yu only glanced at him indifferently before withdrawing his gaze. These 3 people's talents were not bad, but in the central state, they would only be average talents. This was definitely not an exaggeration. In Qin Yu's previous life, he had seen those top geniuses in Zhongju. They had already broken through to the Emperor realm at their age. In the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain, the central continent was where the dragon veins of the continent were located. That was where the true monstrous geniuses were born. Crown Prince. Seeing the 3 crown princes flying over, the martial emperors of the 3 divine dynasties bowed to them. How are the preparations going? Yi Tianyu's eyes flickered with white light as he looked at the martial progenitors from the 3 divine dynasties. Compared to the martial gathering of the divine dynasty 3 years ago, the number of martial progenitors this year was much higher. There would be many new faces, but at the same time, many old faces would be gone. The changes of the times and the replacement of geniuses always happened silently. No one knew how many new talents would stand out in this martial gathering of the divine dynasty and become famous in the southern region. Of course, this was the case for the martial gathering of the divine dynasty and the spiritual state battle ranking. In the last martial gathering of the spiritual state battle ranking, as new talents, they made it to the top 50 and became famous in the spiritual state. But this year, if they did not do their best, they might be trampled by the new talents again. Everyone is here. We can start the martial gathering at any time, an armored martial emperor replied respectfully. He was the person in charge of the entire martial group. Then let's start. Yi Tianyu nodded lightly. Rumble. Immediately, the 10 martial arenas of the deity realm trembled. Countless runes spread out and a vast power spread out. The 10 martial emperors from the 3 divine dynasties landed on the martial arenas of the deity realm as the judges. First of all, welcome to the martial gathering of the divine dynasty. You should know the rules of the martial gathering. There is only one rule, and that is, the winner is the king. The top 3 of the martial gathering will be able to cultivate with the 3 crown princes and get the opportunity to be nurtured by the 3 divine dynasties. Here, you don't have to worry about whether your opponent is from the divine dynasty or the imperial mansion. What you need to do is to defeat your opponent to the best of your ability. This martial gathering will be the best stage for you to prove yourself. Give it your all. The armored martial emperor stepped forward and encouraged the geniuses to participate in the martial gathering. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the tens of millions of people. As his voice fell, the fire spirit city, which had been quiet, was once again filled with noise. Su Yuqing and all the martial ancestor geniuses of the 3 divine dynasties were excited and nervous. They looked at Yi Tianyu and the other 2 in the void with burning yearning and admiration in their eyes. They were even filled with fighting spirit. Among them, some wanted to cultivate with the 3 crown princes. But there were also some who wanted to challenge the 3 crown princes. Now, the martial gathering of the divine dynasty officially begins, amid the uproar of the crowd. Between the spectator area, the candidate area, and the 10 divine jade arenas. A divine rune light screen appeared on each of the arenas and then disappeared into the void. These were the barriers that the 3 divine dynasties had set up to ensure absolute fairness. Even a martial emperor would not be able to break those barriers easily. No one would be able to interfere in the process of the martial gathering. The martial gathering was divided into 3 rounds, the preliminary round, the promotion round, and the final round. The rules were quite simple. Those who lost would be eliminated, and those who won would advance. Immediately, the martial arts battles began in full swing on the 10 martial arts arenas. The martial ancestor geniuses gave it their all and began to fight. Some were able to defeat 10 with brute force. Some were able to defeat opponents with extraordinary divine abilities and secret techniques. There were also those who were evenly matched and fought fiercely. With martial emperors as judges, The martial ancestor geniuses participating in the martial gathering did not need to hold back. Even if they used all their means, they would not die under the eyes of martial emperors. Those martial emperors who were judges were all high-level martial emperors. Soon, the martial ancestor geniuses were eliminated one by one. There were rookies who were participating in the martial gathering for the first time, and there were also famous veteran geniuses. There were defeats, and naturally there were victories. The geniuses stepped on the shoulders of their opponents and continued to advance, their reputation growing stronger. Among the victorious geniuses, Su Yuqing and the other two from the Scarlet Sky Mansion and Du Maixian and the others from the Golden Spirit Mansion naturally advanced. These two mansions were the top mansions in the Saint dynasty. Since they could represent the two mansion to participate in the martial gathering, their strength was naturally extraordinary. Even if they encountered experts of the same level, they would still win and stand out. Chapter 334. The preliminaries lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. In the end, only 3,000 to 4,000 people out of the tens of thousands of participants advanced to the preliminaries. The weakest cultivators who came to watch were at least at the Wusheng realm. Watching the battles for 5 days was like taking a nap. As the preliminaries ended, the preliminaries began. The Divine Jade Battle Arena merged into one, and the 10 battle arenas became 5 battle arenas. The chances of top geniuses encountering each other would increase. Qin Yu was not interested in this kind of challenge. However, Sun Shiyu was watching very seriously. She was comparing the strength of the younger generation of martial ancestors from the 3 divine dynasties and the younger generation of Sky Emperor Palace. The result was obvious. The 3 divine dynasties won. Among the younger generation of Sky Emperor Palace martial ancestors, except for Qin Yu, who appeared out of nowhere, only Shi Lingxiao, Sun Duanqing, and a few others were top martial ancestors. However, Sun Shiyu had seen dozens of people who were on par with Shi Lingxiao in this martial gathering. In the entire heaven domain, the Emperor Realm and the Martial Emperor Realm were the standard to measure the strength of a force. However, the cultivation of martial ancestors, especially the younger generation of martial ancestors, was also the most important. No one could reach the sky in a single step. Whether it was the Martial Emperor Realm or the Emperor Realm, they all started from the Martial Ancestor Realm. Looking at the 3 divine dynasties full of vitality and thinking about Sky Emperor Palace, where the internal strife was getting more and more obvious, Sun Shiyu was more and more worried about the future of Sky Emperor Palace. Thinking of this, Sun Shiyu could not help but look at Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged beside her and had entered a state of cultivation. Sky Emperor Palace's transformation was completely dependent on whether they could find the 4 divine herbs and whether Qin Yu could refine the Immortal Emperor Pill. The 178th battle of the preliminaries, Zhu Fei vs Qi Suisheng. As the referee's voice rang out, 2 figures flew up to the battle arena. Countless people looked over. The 2 people fighting were from Golden Spirit King Palace and Red Sky King Palace. Zhu Fei, who was holding a long spear, and Qi Suisheng, who had unsheathed his sword, were facing each other from a distance. "Haha, my princess said that I can defeat you in 10 moves. However, I think that trash like you will be defeated in 3 moves." Zhu Fei was arrogant and pointed his spear at Qi Suisheng, showing his arrogance. "Then I want to see what you can do to me in 3 moves." Qi Suisheng was so angry that he laughed instead. His sword hummed and his sword intent burst out, sweeping through the clouds. "Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Fei suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed out. The long spear in his hand stabbed out furiously, and the laws of heaven and earth went berserk. A spear shadow that was over 100 feet long shot out. "Break!" Qi Suisheng stepped forward. The sword in his hand glowed with starlight as he slashed down. The dazzling sword light tore through the void and slashed at the spear shadow. The spear shadow was instantly sliced apart. "Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow," Qi Suisheng sneered. He passed through the spear shadows and headed straight for Zhu Fei. 4 ghosts, combine. Seeing this, Zhu Fei did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he revealed a contemptuous smile. As Zhu Fei shouted, The broken spear turned into 3 incarnations that cooperated with his main body. The 4 of them combined into one and thrust their spears at Qi Suishing from 4 different directions. Boom! A loud explosion took place. Qi Suishing's expression changed greatly as he was severely injured. It seems like I've overestimated you. 2 moves are enough to deal with you. Zhu Fei's disdain grew as he turned around and left. Du Maixian wore a smug look upon seeing this. Su Yueqing's expression darkened. Qi Suishing's cultivation had reached the Nirvana 9th cycle of the martial progenitor realm. However, he had not expected to be defeated by Zhu Fei, who was at the same level as him. This made Su Yuqing feel humiliated. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but after 200 rounds, the Golden Spirit King Palace and the Kaikong Palace met again. Their opponents were Zhuo Songlong and a bulky young man called Peng Yuan. In this round, the 2 sides had exchanged a few hundred moves. However, the result made Su Yueqing's expression turn even uglier. Zhuo Songlong was defeated, and Peng Yuan won. Du Maixian was even more smug. She did not hide her ridicule for Su Yuqing. The Golden Spirit King Palace has nurtured a few good talents. Zhu Wuyuan nodded at the judges' table as he looked at Du Maixian and the others. Until now, the Golden Spirit King Palace was the only palace that had not been eliminated. After Qi Suishing and Zhuo Songlong were eliminated, Su Yuqing showed her prowess. With her super strength, she defeated her opponents consecutively. She even defeated 2 princes, and her reputation grew. Du Maixian was not to be outdone. She bravely advanced all the way to the next round. Of course, the Golden Spirit King Palace and the Kaikong Palace were excluded. The 3 royal families of the divine dynasties and other forces also had top geniuses who were invincible. For example, the 7th prince of the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty, the 9th princess of the Saint Sage Divine Dynasty, the little prince of the Immeasurable Divine Dynasty, and so on. This caused the tens of millions of spectators to look forward to the final round. Although the number of participants in the promotion round was far less than the number of participants in the preliminary round, however, the duration of the competition far exceeded that of the preliminaries. It had lasted for 8 days. After all, no one was willing to be eliminated in the preliminary round. They all fought fiercely. In the end, more than 500 people emerged from the preliminary round and entered the final round. The final round would not begin until 2 days later. The original 5 Jadestone battle arenas had merged into one, which was 1,000 miles wide. It was big enough for martial ancestors to fight without restraint. From today onwards, the final round will begin. Only the top 10 will be able to fight for the top 3 positions, as the martial emperor announced the start of the battle. The 2 geniuses who were picked immediately rushed onto the fighting platform and began to fight fiercely. Now that it was the finals, all of the Sky Prides who had been hiding their trump cards were unleashed one after another. No one dared to hold back anymore. The battle was more exciting than the preliminary round and the advancement round. As time passed, the martial ancestors were eliminated one by one. There were also geniuses who emerged victorious. The 97th battle, Du Maixian of the Golden Spirit King Palace vs Su Yuqing of the Kaikong Palace. As the martial emperor judge's voice sounded, 2 sharp auras suddenly shot into the sky. The expressions of countless onlookers also brightened. Du Maixian, the princess of the Golden Spirit King Palace, and Su Yuqing, the princess of the Kaikong Palace. Both of them were top-notch martial progenitors of the younger generation in the Sage Divine Dynasty. The 2 martial ancestors of the Kaikong Palace were also eliminated by the Golden Spirit King Palace. Now that the 2 of them had met, the smell of gunpowder was strong. I didn't expect you to make it to the final round this year, Du Maixian said with a smile. Her relaxed expression showed that she did not think Su Yuqing was a threat. It seems like the heavens are giving me a chance to avenge myself. The power of the law surged on Su Yueqing's body. She opened her hands and a faint blue light surrounded her body. Su Yueqing's cultivation was originally at the Nirvana 9th refinement stage. Her cultivation immediately soared to the limit of the martial ancestor realm. Her aura soared into the sky. Unfortunately, not only will you not be able to avenge yourself, but you will also be trampled under my feet. Du Maixien formed a hand seal with her 10 fingers and a shocking wave of fire swept out. With her as the center, the space within a few hundred miles became distorted and burned. Chapter 335. Su Yuqing did not waste any more time and took a step forward. A light blue waterfall swept towards Du Maixien, as if it wanted to bind her. Du Maixien struck out with her palm, and flames burst out, drowning the light blue waterfall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Su Yuqing moved her right hand, and 10 light blue pearls shot out. Halfway through the flight, all of the light blue pearls exploded with a loud boom. 10 lifelike water dragons filled with destructive power pounced towards Du Maixien with bared fangs and brandished claws. The princess has used the water dragon pearls so quickly. Qi Suixing and Zhuo Canglong were surprised. The water dragon pearls were Su Yuqing's trump card in the last martial arts meet. She had used it as soon as the fight started. Obviously, Su Yuqing had a more powerful trump card. Golden Li Fire. Du Maixien was not afraid, and the flames burst out, turning into a light gold color. The Golden Li Fire was a spiritual fire that contained both metal and fire attributes, and its explosive power was shocking. It could even burn spiritual fires of the same level. The Golden Li Fire and the 10 water dragons collided in the air. Sizzling sounds were endless, and a shocking mist rose, filling the air. Swoosh! Su Yuqing's eyes flashed. The frightening law of water vibrated, and a sky-blue watermark formed in her right hand. There was a mysterious pattern on the watermark, and it was shining. Hey! Many martial emperors exclaimed when they saw the watermark formed by Su Yuqing. It is indeed the power of the totem. Du Maixien also saw the pattern on the watermark. However, a strange smile appeared on her face. It was as if she already knew Su Yuqing's trump card. Condense! Du Maixien shouted, and a golden flame bloomed between her eyebrows. Immediately, the power of the Golden Li Fire skyrocketed, and every wisp of flame seemed to have been tempered. The original light gold color flashed with a dark gold light, and its power underwent a huge change. Golden Li Fire Eye Beast. Du Maixien rushed forward, and as she formed a seal with her hands, the dark gold flame condensed into a golden fire beast. The golden fire beast was lifelike, as if it was a real-life creature. His golden eyes, in particular, shone with a dazzling golden light. Swoosh! The two met in an instant. The sky-blue water seal and the deep gold fire beast collided. The shocking collision that everyone expected did not occur. Su Yuqing's sky-blue water seal and the Li Fire golden-eyed beast's golden flames faced off for a while. It shattered on the spot and turned into water vapor that filled the sky. How could this be? Su Yuqing's pupils suddenly shrank. With her full strength, she had no time to escape. Struck by the Li Fire golden-eyed beast, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. It's completely suppressed. Zhu Wuyuan, Yi Tianyu, Qian Yuming, Sun Shiyu, and the others, who had witnessed the battle, could tell with a single glance. Du Maixuan's Li Fire Golden Eyes beast seemed to be the bane of Su Yuqing's watermark totem. Golden Spirit King Mansion's Du Maixien wins. The martial emperor acting as the judge announced the result of the battle. You already knew about the secret technique I cultivated? Su Yuqing stood up with difficulty. Her face was pale and her breath was in disorder. The Li Fire golden-eyed beast's attack had severely injured her. If the martial emperor judge had not stepped in and neutralized the power of the eye-beam, she would not have been able to stand up. So what if I know? So what if I don't know? A loser will always be a loser. Don't even think about defeating me in this lifetime. Du Maixuan's body was surrounded by rolling golden flames. She looked down at Su Yuqing with disdain. The winner was king, and the loser was silent. Su Yuqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She did not argue and turned to leave the battle arena. Oh, you're leaving so soon? Du Maixien sneered when she saw this. You've already won. What else do you want? Su Yuqing said coldly. Don't you have 2 friends from the Heavenly Imperial Palace? They came from the northern region. I don't think they're just here to be spectators, right? As Du Maixien spoke, her gaze had already shifted from Su Yuqing to Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu. Her eyes flashed with coldness. The Golden Spirit King Mansion had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. They had to take revenge. Although it was impossible to kill on this occasion. However, making them lose face in front of tens of millions of people was still something she could do. The Heavenly Imperial Palace? Don't tell me. Sun Shiyu is here? Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan, and Qian Yuming were at the judges' table. When they heard Du Meishuan's words, they all looked at the candidates for the Scarlet Sky Mansion. Soon, their gazes fell on Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu. However, after a glance, they withdrew their gazes. They did not see through Sun Shiyu's disguise. Two martial progenitors were not enough to arouse their interest. Crown Prince, the Heavenly Imperial Palace is one of the top forces in the northern region. I've admired it for a long time. Therefore, I'd like to take this opportunity to challenge the disciples of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Su Yuqing was about to speak when Du Meixian asked Zhu Wuyuan directly. Although this is against the rules, they're guests from afar. As long as they agree, I'll allow them to fight. Zhu Wuyuan pondered for a moment and did not refuse. Since they could come from the northern region to the southern region, they must be the elite disciples of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. He also wanted to see how strong Sun Shiyu and Qian Yuming were. The Heavenly Imperial Palace is the overlord of the northern region. You two shouldn't be afraid to go up on the battle arena, right? Of course, if you don't dare, you can just admit defeat. Although Du Meishuan's words were directed at Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu. However, her gaze fell on Sun Shiyu. She did not care about Qin Yu's Nirvana first rotation martial progenitor cultivation. Sun Shiyu, who was a high-level Nirvana martial progenitor, was her target. Since you want to humiliate yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. Sun Shiyu said indifferently. Although she saw Du Meixian and the others as ants, she did not want to bicker with them. However, since Du Meixian stretched out her face for her to slap, she did not mind giving her a few slaps. Of course, with her status, she could not do it herself. Humiliate myself? Then let me see how you're going to humiliate me. Du Meixian smiled sinisterly. This concerns the reputation of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Shen Feng, go up and spar with her. Let her know that there's always someone better than you. Sun Shiyu turned her head and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu opened his eyes helplessly. Sun Shiyu had even mentioned the reputation of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. As a core disciple of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, it would be unreasonable if he did not fight. You want to send this Nirvana first rotation martial progenitor trash to fight me? Du Meixian was startled and her face turned ugly. Sun Shiyu was obviously looking down on her. Many of the spectating forces were also discussing animatedly. Sun Shiyu's move, wasn't it obvious that she wanted to admit defeat? Did you hear that? She said you're trash. Sun Shiyu looked at Qin Yu and smiled. Although it's the words of an ant, it's still very unpleasant. Qin Yu's figure flashed and appeared on the battle arena. He really dares to go up on the battle arena. Countless onlookers were shocked. Chapter 336. Only Su Yueqing's eyes flickered when she saw Qin Yu stepping onto the stage. She knew that Qin Yu was able to kill a few high-ranked Nirvana blood demons when he was only a 7th-layer martial progenitor. Now that he had achieved the first cycle of the Nirvana realm, his strength would be even more terrifying. Du Meixian had found herself in trouble this time. I'll give you a chance to make your move. Qin Yu stood there lazily and waved his hand at Du Meixian. Humph, you're too full of yourself. Du Meishuan's eyes darkened as she made up her mind. The Li Fire golden-eyed beast let out a roar and attacked Qin Yu with a tremendous fiery aura. Within the golden eyes, 2 beams of golden flames shot through the air. Vaguely, even the air seemed to be swallowed by the flames. Facing the attack of the Li Fire golden-eyed beast, Qin Yu remained calm as usual. He simply stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike at the incoming golden flame. How bold! Du Meixian wore a ferocious expression. Her Li Fire golden-eyed beast was a spirit of spiritual fire after the soul of the golden-eyed beast merged with the golden Li Fire. Its power was enough to severely injure Su Yuqing, who had executed the water seal totem. Qin Yu, who was only a martial progenitor with the first cycle of the Nirvana realm, was trying to resist the attack of her Li Fire golden-eyed beast. He was digging his own grave. Even the judge of the martial monarch realm subconsciously prepared to intervene. Whoosh! However, as soon as Qin Yu's hand came into contact with the fiery ray, a scorching golden glow appeared. Following this, the golden flames exploded. The Li Fire golden eyes beast's flaming eyes were burned into nothingness by the golden flames. It did not cause any harm to Qin Yu. How is this possible? Du Meixian was astounded. Her trump card, the fiery ray of the Li Fire golden-eyed beast, had disappeared just like that. It seems like a nice flame seed. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. After absorbing the fiery ray of the Li Fire golden-eyed beast, the sentient golden heaven incinerating flame once again showed signs of restlessness, as if it wanted to devour something. Is that the flame of the dragon clan? In front of the referee's table, Yi Tianyu's expression changed. His eyes were fixed on the golden heaven incinerating flame in Qin Yu's right hand. He walked the Tao of flames and had subdued dozens of types of heavenly flames. Those spiritual fires and strange fires were fused into his lifeblood fire seed. As for Qin Yu, he was currently using the golden flame's heaven incinerating fire. However, it made his spiritual fire feel like it was being suppressed. In terms of power, Qin Yu's golden heaven incinerating flame was far inferior to his origin flame seed. However, the potential of the golden flame's heaven incinerating fire. However, he could clearly sense that it was above his life flame seed. This caused Yi Tianyu's eyes to flicker with astonishment. If he could obtain the fire of the dragon clan, the power of his life kindling would increase tremendously. Is this the golden heaven incinerating flame that he subdued? Sun Shiyu was also looking at the golden heaven incinerating flame with great interest. She knew that Qin Yu had subdued the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon. However, this was the first time she had seen Qin Yu use the golden heaven incinerating flame. It looked like its power was not bad. Li Fire destruction formation. Du Meixian naturally couldn't stand it. Her killer move was so easily neutralized by Qin Yu. Her face was even more ferocious. Her hands quickly formed seals and her 10 fingers moved continuously. The golden Li Fire surrounding her body was like a raging fire, crazily expanding. The surrounding dozens of miles had turned into a sea of golden flames, burning crazily. In the sea of flames, there were many flame spiritual inscriptions that intertwined and formed a mysterious fire formation. The power of the golden Li Fire immediately increased by several times. Devour. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth, and a clear fire dragon seal appeared in his palm. Faintly, there was a sky-shaking dragon roar. The golden Li Fire, which was roaring and increasing in power, was immediately devoured by the golden heaven incinerating flame. The power of the two was not on the same level at all. Stop! The ferocious Du Meixian immediately sensed it. She screamed in horror and immediately withdrew the golden Li Fire. However, the fire dragon seal in Qin Yu's palm was like a black hole that could devour anything. All of the golden Li Fire was devoured in an instant. Poochie. Du Meixian was severely injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura was chaotic and weak. Qin Yu withdrew the golden heaven incinerating flame with some pity. At the last moment, Du Meixian withdrew the golden flame fire seed. Otherwise, the power of Qin Yu's golden heaven incinerating flame would definitely increase by more than a level. Great! Su Yuqing, who had already left the arena, shouted. Seeing Du Meixian suffer, she couldn't help but shout with a satisfied expression. What's going on? Qi Suishing and Zhuo Tsanglong, who had looked down on Qin Yu, were now in a daze. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Qin Yu, who was only a Nirvana first cycle martial ancestor, had not only neutralized Du Meixian's attack. He had even injured Du Meixian. After all, Du Meixian was a genius who had defeated Su Yuqing. How could Qin Yu's strength be that strong? The princess's golden Li Fire was destroyed. Zhu Fei, Peng Yuan, and the others from the Golden Spirit King Palace were also dumbfounded. They knew very well how powerful Du Meixian's golden Li Fire was. It could even be said that very few people of the same cultivation level could withstand the power of the golden Li Fire. How dare you destroy my spiritual fire? I'll kill you. Du Maishen, whose spiritual fire had been devoured by more than 90%, was the only one who had managed to retrieve the fire seed. Her charming face was now extremely sinister. Her eyes were burning with anger, as if she wanted to tear Qin Yu into pieces. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Maishen pounced forward. The laws of heaven and earth around her were like raging waves, emitting destructive waves. More than half of the power in the sky seemed to have been drawn away by her at this moment. Obviously, she saw that Qin Yu could restrain her golden Li fire. Du Maishen planned to directly crush Qin Yu with her cultivation that was far stronger than Qin Yu's. 5 elements forbidden fire, chaotic heaven and earth. Qin Yu did not retreat at all. The laws of 5 elements and the laws of chaos surged. Du Meishuan's power of the laws of fire was suppressed by the laws of 5 elements. Then, the laws of chaos caused the void to become distorted and chaotic. Du Meishuan's berserk power of law was immediately dispersed. Qin Yu had comprehended many of the laws of heaven and earth in his previous life. However, he only chose the 5 elements: chaos, massacre, lightning, and speed. Naturally, it was because these 5 had comprehended to the limit, and their power was earth-shattering. Before this, Qin Yu had always used the 9 esoteric battle dragon and the 3 emperors to crush his opponents. Therefore, he rarely had the chance to use the 5 laws that he had comprehended. But now, it was just right to use it to deal with Du Maishen. Du Meishuan's strength was considered top-notch among these 400 prodigies. However, she was not considered top-notch. Her combat power was not as good as Shi Lingxiao, Sun Duanqing, and the others. Break. Du Meishuan's expression changed slightly. She shouted angrily, and the laws of heaven and earth became even more terrifying. She directly broke through the laws of 5 elements and chaos and rushed toward Qin Yu in a barbaric manner. As she rushed out, a flaming sword appeared in Du Meishuan's right hand. The destructive flaming sword light slashed down to kill Qin Yu. Chapter 337. Seal. Qin Yu stood on the spot and flicked his finger. A ray of divine light pierced through the air and entered Du Meishuan's body. Before Du Maishen could react, her true essence and laws were sealed, and she fell heavily to the ground. This is, when Du Maishen was defeated, Qin Yu could clearly feel it. There was a stream of air on Du Meishuan's body that couldn't be seen with the naked eye and perception. The power of providence. Qin Yu came back to his senses, and a dazzling light flashed across his eyes. The stream of air that merged into his body was the source of providence that he had plundered from Du Maishen using the Heaven's Fortune technique. In other words, the providence that Du Maishen had plundered would be added to Qin Yu's body. Could it be that as long as I defeat my opponent, I can plunder their providence? Thinking of this, Qin Yu looked at the hundreds of geniuses who were participating in the martial gathering, and his heart burned with passion. If he could defeat all of these people, how much providence would he be able to plunder? These days, Qin Yu's thoughts were all on the dragon clan that his dragon soul had sensed. For a moment, he had forgotten about the Heaven's Fortune technique. Although recovering one's cultivation was important, plundering the power of providence was also the most important. This concerned Qin Yu's future path of providence. Du Maishen was actually defeated. Looking at Du Maishen, who was sealed by the divine light and fell to the ground. There was a moment of dead silence in the originally noisy martial arts competition. A first-cycle martial ancestor easily defeated a ninth-cycle martial ancestor. Although Du Maishen had suffered a setback before, they also thought that it was only because the golden flame was restrained. But now, Du Maishen was completely defeated by Qin Yu. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Wasn't the scope of fighting an enemy of a higher level a bit too great? Could that be the secret sealing technique that has always been rumored in the Emperor Palace, but few people have seen it before? The eyes of Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan, Chen Yuming, and the others all narrowed. They had fought with Sun Shiyu before, seen the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, and also the Heaven War Emperor transformation. However, he had never seen the sealing divine light before. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu actually knew how to seal the divine light. It appeared that even though Qin Yu was only a martial progenitor, he was most likely a core member of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. I thought the martial gathering held by the 3 divine dynasties of the southern region would be amazing. I didn't expect it to be so mediocre. At this moment, Qin Yu shook his head. The calm and disappointed voice was clearly heard by the martial progenitor realm geniuses in the finals. Damn it. Du Maixian, who had just been defeated and left the arena, stopped in her tracks as she gritted her teeth. That's all? Mitch, you actually dare to speak such arrogant words? Heh, do you think you can look down on all the martial progenitors in the southern region just because you defeated Du Maixian? As Qin Yu's words rang out, the quiet fighting arena immediately became filled with murderous intent. Countless ruthless and cold gazes gathered on Qin Yu. What the hell is this guy doing? Su Yuqing, who was initially cheering for Qin Yu after witnessing him defeating Du Maixian, froze. Qi Suxing and Zhuo Cunglong were petrified too. Even Sun Shiyu's eyes flickered. Uttering such infuriating words in their territory, was Qin Yu planning to leave the arena on a stretcher? Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan, and Qian Yuming raised their brows, as they were clueless about Qin Yu's intention. Could it be that he was trying to test the strength of the younger generation of the southern domain, and that was why he spoke such arrogant words? But what was the point of testing the strength of the martial progenitors? Besides, the martial gathering was supposed to be a duel between them, thus there was no need for him to do so. Or was he just trying to provoke them? I'm sorry, I meant that you guys aren't that bad. Please continue. Qin Yu immediately corrected himself as if he was aware of his mistake, before he left the arena. We aren't that bad. This is the southern region, not the northern region. Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? I want to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant and despotic. However, Qin Yu's words were like adding fuel to the fire. It was better than not explaining himself at all. The young cultivators of the 3 divine dynasties who were already enraged were now filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, then Qin Yu would have been riddled with holes by now. He couldn't be more dead. Hold it right there. A furious roar was heard as a figure flew toward Qin Yu from the Golden Spirit King mansion with a long spear in his hand. It was Zhu Fei, who had defeated Qi Suxing earlier. He was glaring at Qin Yu. Even though my princess lost to you, you've defeated her. However, you're being too arrogant by saying that this is all the martial artists of the southern region have to offer. Let me have a taste of the ultimate skills of the Emperor Heaven Palace. Zhu Fei's voice was filled with anger. No one from the southern region would be able to hold back after hearing Qin Yu's words. Zhu Fei had a reason to stand up for Du Maixian, so he directly attacked Qin Yu. You're no match for me. Let's change to something else. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Fei and said, "Take this." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Fei, whose eyes were twitching violently, rushed out. 4 ghosts in 1. Zhu Fei used a killing move as soon as he attacked. His true essence exploded and the laws of heaven and earth swept out. 3 lifelike avatars appeared. The main body and the avatars attacked Qin Yu from 3 directions. The 4 ghosts in 1 was the secret skill that Qi Suxing had used previously. Seal. Qin Yu glanced at them and his eyes flashed. He used the law of speed and rushed out as fast as lightning. He slapped one of the avatars with his palm. You actually saw through my main body? Zhu Fei was shocked. He originally thought that Qin Yu would attack his main body. He did not expect Qin Yu to be so observant. However, Zhu Fei's attack did not stop at all. His avatars had half the strength of his main body. With the 3 of them combined, even if his main body was sealed, the strength of his avatars was enough to defeat Qin Yu. Upon having this thought, a hideous grin appeared on Zhu Fei's face. Defeating Qin Yu would greatly improve his reputation among the younger generation of the martial progenitors of the southern region. He might even gain the favor of the 3 princes. Whoosh! Rumble! A deep slapping sound and a loud collision could be heard. Zhu Fei, who was hit by Qin Yu's sealing light, felt like he had been hit by a giant beast. His figure was sent flying a few hundred zhong away as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, the secret skill executed by Zhu Fei's 3 avatars failed to inflict any damage to Qin Yu. Is that? Zhu Fei could not believe his eyes. He took a closer look and discovered that Qin Yu's figure was encapsulated by an ancient seal. His avatars had blocked all of the attacks. Immortal God Seal. Among the crowd of spectators, a martial emperor shouted. He had recognized the three emperors' divine ability that Qin Yu had used. He is indeed a core member of the imperial palace. Zhu Wuyuan's eyes flickered. Qin Yu's immortal stone emperor seal reminded him of Sun Shiyu, who had defeated him in the spiritual state battle ranking. Back then, if it weren't for Sun Shiyu's indestructible stone emperor seal, whose defensive power was too shocking, he wouldn't have been defeated by Sun Shiyu. Chapter 338. Crown Prince, should we stop them? After Du Maixian, Zhu Fei was also defeated. As one could imagine, the younger generation of the martial ancestor realm in the southern region felt even more aggrieved. Everyone wanted to rush up and fight with Qin Yu. No one cared about the upcoming battle at the martial gathering. The martial emperor in charge of the martial gathering couldn't help but ask Yi Tianyu. We've already been stepped on. We can't just swallow it. Yi Tianyu said indifferently and didn't stop the martial gathering geniuses who were a little agitated. Even though Qin Yu was a core figure of the imperial palace, it was too arrogant for him to come to the southern region and act presumptuously. Even though he wouldn't lower himself to attack Qin Yu, he wouldn't stop the younger generation of the southern region either. This guy is deliberately provoking public anger. Sun Shiyu looked at Qin Yu indifferently with a thoughtful look in her eyes. From the first time she saw Qin Yu until now, she couldn't see through Qin Yu. She really couldn't figure out what Qin Yu's purpose was to provoke the people of the southern region. However, Qin Yu didn't look like the kind of person who would do useless things. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind was carefully sensing his own fate with the heaven's fortune-stealing technique. Just as he had expected, after defeating Zhu Fei, he obtained another strand of providence. However, compared to Du Maixian, Zhu Fei's fate power was too thin, not even 1%. Qin Yu thought for a moment and understood. Identity and status determined the strength of one's fate power. After all, those who were born nobler than others were born with strong fate power. If that was the case, Qin Yu's eyes secretly look at Yi Tianyu and the other two. Without a doubt, the fate power of the martial emperor realm geniuses on the spiritual state battle ranking was far greater than that of the martial ancestor realm geniuses gathered at the divine dynasty martial gathering. Qin Yu was also looking forward to the upcoming spiritual state battle ranking. He wasn't interested in being famous in the spiritual state. However, if he could seize the fate power of the top geniuses of the spiritual state, his fate power would undergo a huge transformation. I'll fight you. While the young warriors of the southern region were in an uproar, a somewhat immature but very powerful voice rang out, suppressing the clamor. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in a golden robe flying towards the battle arena. He is Chen Chenfeng, the little prince of the immeasurable divine dynasty, the younger brother of the crown prince Chen Yuming. Rumor has it that Chen Chenfeng has a water spirit divine body. If this body evolves to the extreme, it will be comparable to an emperor body in the future. This is a true genius. Seeing the golden-robed youth appear, a wave of heated discussion broke out among the surrounding martial practitioners. Chen Chenfeng, Chen Yuming's younger brother, was currently 14 years old. However, his cultivation had reached the peak of the martial progenitor realm. Even among the hundreds of martial progenitor realm geniuses, Chen Chenfeng's strength was considered top-notch. Prince. Qin Yu displayed a smile on his face. Perhaps it was because he had plundered 2 strands of providence. Qin Yu could vaguely sense Chen Chenfeng's providence. Chen Chenfeng's providence was stronger than Du Meixuan's. No wonder he was born in the imperial family of the immeasurable divine dynasty. Don't say that the martial progenitors of the southern region will take turns fighting you. If you can defeat me, none of the martial progenitors of the immeasurable divine dynasty will challenge you again. Although Chen Chenfeng was young, his aura was extremely powerful. Among the martial progenitors who had entered the finals, there were only a handful who could compete with him. Among the martial progenitors of the immeasurable divine dynasty, he was indeed the strongest. If he lost, no one else would be a match for Qin Yu. Kid, you're so young, but you're so arrogant. Qin Yu looked at Chen Chenfeng with a smile. You're courting death. Qian Chenfeng was enraged. Although he was only 14 years old, none of the martial progenitors present could be said to be stronger than him. However, Qin Yu had called him a kid, which was an insult to him. Whoosh! Qian Chenfeng immediately attacked. The laws of the heavens and earth responded in the void, and the faint sound of a tide could be heard. The tide grew stronger and stronger until it was like a huge wave. The crowd raised their heads and saw the power of the laws behind Qian Chenfeng turning into a huge wave. What a terrifying law of water! Su Yuqing wore a stern look. She had also comprehended the law of water, so she could sense it. The huge wave that Qian Chenfeng had unleashed was extremely powerful. Although she was also a martial progenitor who had completed the 9 nirvana cycles. Compared to Qian Chenfeng, the two of them were not on the same level. Not to mention her, even Du Maixian and Zhu Fei, who had been defeated by Qin Yu before. They would not be able to withstand a single attack from Qian Chenfeng. Towering wave! Qian Chenfeng shouted coldly as he pointed at Qin Yu from afar. With boundless might, the 10,000-foot-tall enormous wave swept toward Qin Yu. An ordinary martial progenitor would have lost his will to fight in front of such a terrifying aura. However, Qin Yu's expression remained the same. Qian Chenfeng's strength was indeed top-notch among the martial progenitors. He was even more powerful than Shi Lingxiao, Sun Duanqing, and the others from the Heavenly Imperial Palace. However, it was a pity that Qian Chenfeng's opponent was Sumo Seal. Qin Yu moved his right hand. Divine light flickered and condensed into a sparkling and translucent divine pearl that was entirely blue in color and covered with ocean blue water patterns. The huge wave immediately parted when it came into contact with the sacred orb, and it could not get close to Qin Yu. Forbidden water orb! Many people exclaimed. The sacred orb that Qin Yu had summoned was the forbidden water orb, an ancient sacred artifact, which was known as the law of water. Many martial progenitors of the immeasurable god dynasty withdrew their excitement. With the forbidden water orb, Qian Chenfeng would only be able to unleash 70 to 80% of his strength. At Qian Chenfeng's level, if his strength was reduced by 20 to 30%, there would be a huge gap in his strength. If Qin Yu was still hiding his strength, Qian Chenfeng might be defeated by Qin Yu. If that was the case, all the martial progenitors of the immeasurable god dynasty would be defeated by Qin Yu. Is this the divine ability of the Heavenly Imperial Palace? It is indeed powerful. However, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have summoned an ancient sacred artifact. Qian Chenfeng was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down and a cold smile appeared on his face. He formed a series of seals with his hands, and blue ancient patterns appeared on his fingers. Then, the sound of waves could be heard from his body. Immediately, the towering waves gathered around him once again. Moreover, this time, the giant waves surged forward in waves. Each wave was stronger than the previous one, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. Qian Feng actually succeeded in cultivating the 100 waves technique. Qian Yuming's eyes flashed with joy when he saw this. The 100 waves technique was obtained by the immeasurable god dynasty from an ancient ruin. Rumor had it that it was a sacred artifact left behind by a law of water. When the sacred artifact was cultivated to the extreme, the power of several laws could be increased by 100 times. Although Qian Chenfeng seemed to have just mastered it. With the innate water divine body, he could increase the power by more than 10 times. In this way, Qin Yu's forbidden water orb would not have any effect on Qian Chenfeng. Chapter 339. Go! Qian Chenfeng attacked again, and the 100-layered waves behind him swept toward Qin Yu. The power was more than 10 times stronger than before. That frightening divine might caused even the martial arena that was 1,000 miles wide to violently tremble. Even the forbidden water pearl was submerged by the waves. Of course, if it was the real forbidden water pearl, it would not have a problem stopping the 100-layered waves. However, the forbidden water pearl was just something that Qin Yu had created. Even if it had the forbidden water pearl, its power could not be compared to the real forbidden water pearl. Condense. Qin Yu was not flustered at all. He drew in the air with his right hand, and a sea blue bottle appeared in the air. The bottle was translucent, and one could clearly see that there was a vast sea in it. The sea was calm at times, and sometimes it was turbulent. It was like a world of its own. After the sea blue bottle was condensed, it floated in the air and became dozens of feet large, floating above Qin Yu's head. Water deity bottle. When Qian Chenfeng saw the enlarged sea blue bottle, his face changed completely. The sea blue bottle was emitting a mysterious immortal light. The 100-layered waves were enveloped by the mysterious immortal light and were sucked into the sea blue bottle. The water deity bottle was an ancient immortal treasure that could restrain all water Dao superpowers. Even the 100 waves technique was restrained. Qian Yuming's eyes narrowed. This time, Qian Chenfeng was completely restrained. He could no longer use his law of water Dao superpowers. Damn it! I don't believe that you can do anything to me. Qian Chenfeng naturally knew his situation. His eyes flashed with determination. He moved his right hand, and a faint black spiritual bracelet appeared. Whoosh! As he poured his true yuan into the bracelet, a black shadow with an evil aura appeared and rushed toward Qin Yu. It's the phantom bracelet. Many martial artists of the immeasurable divine court exclaimed. The phantom bracelet was a divine weapon refined by the third divine court lord of the immeasurable divine court. It contained an ancient evil spirit. The evil spirit was a phantom body and had the power of the void. It was rumored that it was immune to all attacks. Who would have thought that the immeasurable divine dynasty's royal family would bestow this divine weapon upon Qian Chenfeng? This was enough to show that Qian Chenfeng's position in the Tianling royal family was not lower than Qian Yuming's. Sure enough, after the evil spirit appeared, it passed through the 100 layers of waves and the water god bottle. Breaking through the void, he pounced directly at Qin Yu. No matter how the laws of heaven and earth attacked, they were unable to hit the evil spirit. In a flash, the evil spirit entered Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu, who had been dodging at top speed, froze in place. After the water god bottle flashed with light, it suddenly exploded and turned into a mist that filled the sky. Success! A smile finally appeared on Qian Chenfeng's face. Evil spirits had the power of nothingness. They could ignore true essence attacks and suppress souls. Right now, Qin Yu's soul was being suppressed by that evil spirit. Not good. Qian Chenfeng's figure flashed as he approached Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to defeat Qin Yu. Qian Yuming, who was sitting in front of the judge's table, couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. Bang! Sure enough, when Qian Chenfeng rushed out, a human figure appeared from the mist like a ghost and struck out with his palm. As the divine light gathered, the protective shield around Qian Chenfeng's body exploded, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Qian Chenfeng, who was in shock and disbelief, had just stabilized his body. A divine spear tore through the void and pierced through the air, heading straight for his forehead. How did you do that? Looking at the divine spear, which was shining with a cold light, Qian Chenfeng's true essence stagnated. The power of law that had been rioting gradually dissipated. He had lost. If it had been a real battle of life and death, Qin Yu would have killed him with one strike. However, until his defeat, Qian Chenfeng still could not understand why the evil spirit, who had always been successful, would fail. Qian Chenfeng did not need to look to know that the evil spirit had only suppressed a clone. The one in front of him was Qin Yu's real body. However, the evil spirit had its own intelligence and should have realized that the clone did not have a soul. Why did it stay in the clone? Sorry, I happen to be proficient in the soul path technique. Qin Yu displayed a smile on his face. Qian Chenfeng's power of providence was almost twice as strong as Du Meishuan's. Faintly, Qin Yu felt that something seemed to be gradually brewing and condensing in his soul. Swoosh! As Qin Yu finished speaking, the clone disappeared and the evil spirit returned to Qian Chenfeng's body. You suppressed the evil spirit. When the evil spirit returned to the phantom bracelet, Qian Chenfeng was shocked. The evil spirit had the power of nothingness and was immune to many attacks. However, when the evil spirit was suppressed, the evil spirit's body would still materialize. Qin Yu had actually managed to seize that opportunity to suppress the evil spirit. It's not just the power of laws. Even the evil spirit was suppressed. Qian Yuming's eyes lit up. To be honest, Chen Chunfeng's defeat was completely beyond his expectations. Qin Yu's strength was so powerful that it had greatly surpassed his original estimation. Such a monstrous genius has appeared in the Emperor Tian Palace. Yi Tianyu and Zhu Wuyuan were also deep in thought. Although Qin Yu was only a martial progenitor at the moment. Judging from the strength he had displayed, when he reached the martial monarch realm, he would most likely be like Sun Xiu. He would be able to defeat opponents of a higher level. However, they were unsure of Qin Yu's talent and strength. Even Chen Chenfeng was defeated. Su Yuqing, Du Maixian, and the others were dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally realized that they were not on the same level as Qin Yu. The only one who was relatively calm was Sun Xiu. In the trial of the Godly Emperor Tower, Qin Yu had defeated hundreds of people by himself. It was impossible to find a martial progenitor in the southern region who could defeat Qin Yu in a one-on-one battle. Following Chen Chunfeng's defeat, the tens of millions of onlookers fell into a dead silence. Even the martial monarchs were astonished. Qin Yu's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the battle earlier, Qin Yu could be said to have easily suppressed Chen Chenfeng. The result of the battle caused the excited younger generation of the martial progenitor realm to fall silent. They had witnessed Chen Chunfeng's strength with their own eyes. When Chen Chenfeng went all out, not many people would be able to withstand his attacks. However, Qin Yu was still able to easily obtain victory in that state. It was easy to imagine how powerful he was. Is this guy really only a rank 1 Nirvana martial progenitor? With such strength, even an expert who has just reached the martial monarch realm would not be able to match him, right? Could it be that with so many martial progenitors in the southern region, no one is able to defeat him? Now it seems that only the 7th Prince of the Heavenly Spirit Divine Court and the 9th Princess of the Saint Divine Court can suppress him. After a brief silence, a series of heated discussions took place one after another. The younger generation of geniuses glanced at the 7th Prince of the Heavenly Spirit Court and the 9th Princess of the Saint Divine Court. If even Chen Chenfeng was defeated, the other young geniuses would only be humiliating themselves. The only ones who could defeat Qin Yu were the geniuses of the 2 divine dynasties who were as famous as Chen Chenfeng. Chapter 340. I'm no match for him. Zhu Yusin, the 9th Princess of the Saint Divine Dynasty, shook her head as everyone looked at her. This surprised many people. As the princess of the Saint Divine Dynasty, how could she admit defeat? However, Zhu Yuanwu smiled and was not surprised. As Zhu Yusin's elder brother, he knew how powerful she was. Even if she used her trump card, she would not be able to defeat Qin Yu. In that case, there was no need for her to go on stage. Since the 9th princess has given in, I'll go on stage. Someone chuckled and the eyes of the young geniuses of the 3 Saint Divine Dynasties lit up. They all looked at Yi Shaoning, the 7th Prince of the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty. Yi Shaoning carried an ancient sword on his back as he stepped into the air and walked onto the battle stage. Although they were both princes of the Saint Divine Dynasty, Yi Shaoning was much more reserved compared to Chen Chenfeng. Yi Shaoning appeared to be much more reserved, giving people the feeling of a cool breeze. However, those who were truly discerning would be able to tell at a glance. Yi Shaoning was definitely stronger than Chen Chenfeng. Yi Shaoning's reserved manner was like steel that had been tempered thousands of times and was indestructible. Brother Yi, what do you think of this battle? Zhu Wuyuan turned his head and looked at Yi Tianyu. Chen Yuming also looked at him. Although they had heard of Yi Shaoning, they did not know how powerful he was. Shaoning can fight with a martial emperor, Yi Tianyu said. Oh. Zhu Wuyuan was surprised. It was rare for a martial ancestor to fight with a martial emperor. This Yi Shaoning actually had such strength. That means the outcome has been decided. Chen Yuming's eyes lit up. Although Chen Chenfeng had been defeated by Qin Yu had been defeated by the 3 Saint Divine Dynasties of the southern region. This had allowed the 3 Saint Divine Dynasties to vent their frustrations. Otherwise, the martial ancestors of the 3 Saint Divine Dynasties would be defeated by a martial ancestor from the Imperial Palace. That would be too much of a loss of face. It's hard to say. Yi Tianyu slowly shakes his head, his deep eyes falling on Qin Yu. If Qin Yu were to fight Chen Chenfeng with his full strength, there would be no doubt as to the outcome. However, judging from Qin Yu's previous battles, he didn't seem to be straining at all. Heavenly Spirit God Court, 7th Prince, Yi Shaoning. Stopping several zhong away from Qin Yu, Yi Shaoning clasps his fist and says to Qin Yu with a faint smile on his handsome face. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Shenfeng. Qin Yu's face was also full of smiles. Yi Shaoning's luck was no weaker than that of Chen Chenfeng, who Xiao Chen had defeated earlier. This was another big fat fish. What is Brother Shen's status in the Heavenly Imperial Palace? Yi Shaoning was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked with a smile. Countless onlookers were also curious about Qin Yu's identity in the Sky Emperor Palace. Core disciple. Qin Yu did not hide anything. His current appearance was Shenfeng's. With the resources of the 3 divine dynasties, they only needed to do a little research to know that he was a core disciple of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Oh, I remember the rules of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Only those who have reached the martial emperor realm can become a core disciple. Surprise flashed in Yi Shaoning's eyes. Yi Tianyu and the other 2 were also shocked. A martial ancestor could become a core disciple. Could it be that Qin Yu's combat strength was comparable to a martial emperor? If that was the case, it was no surprise that Chen Chenfeng and the others had been defeated by Qin Yu. Aren't rules meant to be broken? Qin Yu said with a faint smile. Brother Shen's words make sense. Since ancient times, all the geniuses have never been restrained by the rules of the world. Please. Yi Shaoning laughed loudly. A cold light flashed and the ancient sword on his back was unsheathed. His originally reserved and gentle temperament suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change, and his sharpness was oppressive. He was like a peerless, ferocious sword that wanted to slaughter the world. Sky Splitter Spear. Divine light flashed in Qin Yu's palm and the Sky Splitter Spear appeared. His aura also changed drastically. Yi Shaoning did not waste any time. He took a step forward and countless mysterious sword runes lit up on his ancient sword. An unparalleled dazzling sword radiance burst out. However, the moment the sword radiance was released, it immediately hid in the void and disappeared. Clang! Qin Yu turned his body and stabbed with his spear. The divine spear was like a dragon and had a vast and mighty aura. Suddenly, there was a sharp and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing in the void, followed by a dazzling explosion. The sword radiance that Yi Shaoning had used to hide in the void was broken. Kai. The fighting spirit in Yi Shaoning's eyes surges. His body rushes at Qin Yu, leaving behind numerous afterimages. He waved his ancient sword and rays of dazzling sword radiance kept disappearing in the void and reappearing without any warning. That's the divine empty sword. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the ancient sword in Yi Shaoning's hand. The divine Empyrean sword was the only emperor weapon with the spatial ability among the known emperor weapons. In other words, the sword radiance that disappeared was not because Yi Shaoning had comprehended spatial laws. It was because the divine empty sword had its own ability. However, clang, clang, clang. Intense and deafening clashing sounds continuously resounded in the void. Every collision was accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. No matter how elusive the sword radiance that Yi Shaoning slashed out was, Qin Yu was able to accurately hit it and not a single sword radiance was missed. Clang. After another clash, Yi Shaoning turned around and retreated. He stared at Qin Yu with surging battle intent. Spatial abilities were extremely rare. In the past, Yi Shaoning had always relied on the divine empty sword and his comprehension of the sword Dao. Almost no one below the martial emperor realm could block his attacks. However, today, the divine empty sword's ability was completely ineffective against Qin Yu. Yi Shaoning did not know if Qin Yu could predict the future or if he had also comprehended spatial laws. However, it did not matter. To be able to meet an evenly matched opponent in the martial ancestor realm, Yi Shaoning felt that this might be an opportunity for him. An opportunity to help him break through the martial emperor barrier. You are the first person in the martial ancestor realm who has made me release the seal. Yi Shaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Countless sword shadows floated in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, Yi Xiaoning shouted. A wave of materialized destructive sword power soared into the sky from his body. Immediately, the sky trembled and the wind and clouds were annihilated. The silhouette of an ancient sword appeared out of nowhere behind him. The sword shadow was 10 feet large and it was uncertain whether it was real or not. It emitted a terrifying destructive sword power. Looking at the ancient sword shadow behind Yi Xiaoning, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of power is that? A strange look flashed across Qin Yu's eyes. Yi Xiaoning had comprehended the most powerful and terrifying destruction sword Dao among all the offensive laws. Moreover, there was a terrifying sword power hidden in Yi Xiaoning's body. The sword power was even stronger than Yi Xiaoning's own power. Without a doubt, it was not Yi Xiaoning's power. However, Yi Xiaoning seemed to be able to control that power. How terrifying. This fluctuation is no weaker than the martial emperor realm, right? I did not expect the 7th prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty to have hidden such strength. Ha ha ha, let's see how arrogant that guy can be now. The martial progenitors of the 3 divine dynasties could feel the terrifying pressure from Yi Xiaoning. Apart from being shocked, they were also extremely excited. Their strength was completely on par with martial emperors. They did not believe that Qin Yu would be able to withstand them. Looks like it's time to get serious. Qin Yu stood with the spear in his hand. He formed a seal with his left hand and a vast divine seal descended. After using the Undying Rock Emperor's seal, numerous cyan-colored dragon marks appeared within Qin Yu's body. Chapter 341. Qin Yu's aura rose rapidly. It was the azure dragon battling the heavens. If it was Yi Xiaoning's own strength, Qin Yu could easily suppress him with his cultivation and the power of the 3 emperors. However, Qin Yu was very concerned about the mysterious sword aura in Yi Xiaoning's body. That's right, he was very concerned about it. If the sword aura was fully unleashed, even a martial monarch would not be able to withstand it. Even Qin Yu was surprised by his words and judgment. As expected, he did not use his full strength in the previous battles. The eyes of Yi Tianyu and the other 2 flickered when they sensed the rising aura in Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the limit of the Nirvana realm in the martial progenitor realm. He could even vaguely compare with Yi Xiaoning, who was surrounded by a destructive sword aura. Ha ha ha, very good. You are indeed worthy of my full strength. Yi Xiaoning feels that Qin Yu's power has also soared. Instead of being startled, he is delighted and laughs wildly. Condense. Before his laughter faded, Yi Xiaoning raised the divine sky sword in his hand. Destructive sword might moved along with it. Streaks of destructive sword chi spread out and shattered the void. Gradually, they formed a sword chi windstorm. Yi Xiaoning stood in the middle of the sword aura storm. The ancient sword shadow behind him, which was originally 30 meters in size, gradually merged with the divine empty sword in his right hand. The instant the 2 swords overlapped, a destructive sword aura burst out in all directions like a tidal wave. Wherever the sword aura passed, cracks appeared on the deity realm's battle arena that was surrounded by ancient runes. It was evident how powerful Yi Xiaoning's aura was. What kind of power is that? At that instant, even Qian Yuming, Zhu Wuyuan, Sun Shiyu, and the other geniuses of the spiritual state's battle ranking were shocked. The power that Yi Xiaoning emitted at this time actually made them all have a trace of palpitating danger. How could they not be shocked when a martial progenitor realm genius possessed such power? Zhu Yuanwu and Qian Yuming finally understood. Why did Yi Tianyu say that Yi Xiaoning had the power to fight against a martial monarch? He can already control the sword soul. Yi Tianyu's eyes flickered with astonishment when he sensed the destructive sword aura from Yi Xiaoning. Outsiders did not know what kind of destructive sword might Yi Xiaoning was emitting. However, as the crown prince of the heavenly spirit divine dynasty, Yi Tianyu knew very well. When Yi Xiaoning was born, a sword spirit accompanied him and fused into his body. As Yi Xiaoning grew up, the power of the sword soul became increasingly terrifying. The higher-ups of the heavenly spirit god court had no choice but to seal the sword soul. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoning was already able to control the power of the sword soul. Like a sudden clap of thunder, Yi Xiaoning suddenly charged out explosively with the ancient sword in hand. The ancient sword slashed out, and a 3-meter-long destructive sword light appeared in front of Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. Wherever the sword light passed, a long crack appeared in the void, emitting chaotic spatial fluctuations. Rumble. A deafening explosion immediately rang out. The indestructible stone emperor seal that was struck by the destructive sword light trembled violently. The destructive shockwaves that erupted from the two turned into destructive hurricanes that were thousands of feet wide, wreaking havoc in all directions. The arena, which was already filled with cracks, was now filled with cracks that were tens of meters long. It was as if the entire fighting ring could collapse at any time. He actually blocked my attack. Yi Shaoning's eyes narrowed in disbelief. His move just now had fused with the power of the sword soul in his body. Even a real martial emperor would find it difficult to block it. However, Qin Yu had blocked it unscathed. The defensive power of the ancient seal was simply too shocking. Little did he know that Qin Yu was also quite surprised at this moment. Under Yi Shaoning's sword, several clear cracks had appeared on the indestructible stone emperor seal. One should know that Qin Yu was now in the state of the azure dragon fighting the heavens. Even the indestructible stone emperor seal that he had used now was somewhat difficult to resist. Yi Shaoning's current combat strength was no less than the martial emperor realm. No wonder you can break the rules of the Emperor Tian Palace. You are indeed strong. Yi Shaoning held the ancient sword tightly with both hands and slashed wildly. His movements were bold and majestic. It was as if the sword in his hand was not an ancient sword, but a saber or an axe. The space was torn apart by the divine void sword, leaving pitch-black cracks. Qin Yu naturally would not just focus on defense. The sky-splitter spear emitted a terrifying aura as it continuously stabbed forward. The sky was filled with spear glows like a meteor shower, countless and dazzling. The two of them fought fiercely in the air of the fighting ring. Each of their moves was meant to kill the other. The martial emperor who was acting as the judge had an unprecedentedly focused expression. The surrounding tens of millions of spectators were dead silent. They even subconsciously held their breaths. Even the martial emperors reacted the same way. They did not expect such an exciting battle to take place in a martial progenitor realm martial gathering. Yi Shaoning and Qin Yu's combat strength could be said to be the limit of the martial ancestor realm. However, in terms of potential, Qin Yu was far superior to Yi Shaoning. After all, Qin Yu's actual cultivation was only at the first cycle of the Nirvana realm. If he were to master the 9th cycle of the Nirvana realm, he would be able to break through the gap and possess a law-defying battle strength. Although Yi Shaoning was able to fight against a martial emperor realm cultivator, it was still impossible for him to defeat a martial emperor realm cultivator. However, Qin Yu's future potential was different. Of course, that was in the future. It was hard to tell who would win the battle now. Bang! After another fierce clash, the two were knocked a few hundred zhong away by the rebound force. They faced each other across the chaotic rift. How satisfying! It's been a long time since I had such an enjoyable battle. Yi Shaoning glanced at Qin Yu, whose face was not flushed at all, with a burning battle intent in his eyes. Qin Yu was indeed the first martial ancestor realm cultivator that he could not defeat despite using his full strength. I see. Qin Yu calmly glanced at Yi Shaoning. After the fierce battle just now, Lin Fan's expression changed drastically. Qin Yu finally figured out what the terrifying sword intent in Yi Shaoning's body was. A reincarnator. Yi Shaoning was also a rare reincarnator. The sword intent in his body was the sword spirit that he had cultivated in his past life. Apart from the siblings of the Jiang tribe, this Yi Shaoning was the third reincarnator that Qin Yu had encountered. However, judging from Yi Shaoning's reaction, it was obvious that he had yet to awaken the memories of his past life. Therefore, he was not considered a real reincarnator. The game ends here. Seeing Yi Shaoning gathering his sword intent and preparing to attack once again. A blue dragon rune appeared on Qin Yu's right palm. The dragon rune glowed brightly as the sky-shattering spear was covered in a faint yin-yang curse. This guy. Yi Shaoning, who was about to attack, halted his movement. He was able to sense an extremely frightening sense of danger from Qin Yu. If he were to attack Qin Yu now, he would surely suffer a destructive attack. Yin-yang world-destroying spear. Qin Yu made his move all of a sudden. He turned into a ray of light and dashed forward at an incredible speed. Chapter 342. Reverse Moon Slash. Yi Xiaoning's eyes narrowed. Without thinking, he gripped the sword hilt with both hands and unleashed his strongest attack. The sword radiance wreaked havoc in the air and turned into a crescent moon. Crack! When the crescent moon sword radiance and the yin-yang spear collided, they shattered like glass and turned into countless sword radiances that scattered in the air. Boom! At the critical moment, Yi Xiaoning only had time to use the divine void sword to block in front of him, dodging the killing move that was thrusting towards him. However, he was sent flying a few hundred feet away by the huge force. The blood in his body was boiling and he suffered serious internal injuries. This battle is over. After tumbling in the air for over 10 rounds, Yi Xiaoning finally stabilized his body and was about to continue the battle. However, he felt a cold aura locking onto him, causing his body to turn cold and he did not dare to move. The martial emperor who was acting as the judge quickly spoke and ended the battle. Yi Xiaoning slowly turned his head and saw that Qin Yu had appeared behind him. When the martial emperor announced the end of the battle, the terrifying killing intent on the Sky Splitter spear gradually dissipated. I have lost this time. However, I will not lose to you again next time. Yi Xiaoning sheathed the ancient sword and the destructive sword aura in his body disappeared without a trace. Although he had lost to Qin Yu, he had benefited greatly from the battle with Qin Yu. There was a great terror between life and death. When Yi Xiaoning fought with Qin Yu, it could be said that it was a battle of life and death. He had unleashed his potential to the extreme. This also allowed Yi Xiaoning to have a deeper understanding of the martial emperor realm. Perhaps. Qin Yu smiled non-committally. Even if Yi Xiaoning had broken through to the martial emperor realm, Qin Yu was not afraid. In the previous battle, he had only unleashed 50 to 60% of his strength. If he had gone all out, Yi Xiaoning might not even be able to take 10 moves from him. However, Qin Yu was curious about Yi Xiaoning's reincarnation status. In the history of the Sky region, anyone who could reincarnate was definitely a top expert when they were alive. As Yi Xiaoning was defeated, a majestic force of providence appeared. It appeared from Yi Xiaoning's body and was devoured by Qin Yu. Qin Yu came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with joy. Yi Xiaoning was indeed a reincarnator. The force of fortune in his body was more than 10 times stronger than Qian Chenfeng and Du Meishuan's. The martial assembly of the divine dynasty, where tens of millions of people had gathered, was dead silent. First, it was Qian Chenfeng. Now, even Yi Xiaoning, who was comparable to a martial emperor, had been defeated. Who among the martial progenitors of the southern region could stand a chance against Qin Yu? Come down. Amidst the dead silence, Sun Shiyu's flat voice sounded. Originally, Sun Shiyu only wanted Qin Yu to teach Du Meishuan a lesson for speaking rudely. However, in the end, Qin Yu had utterly defeated the martial progenitor realm of the southern domain. Looking at it now, it would be difficult for the martial gathering to continue. It was time to leave. Qin Yu nodded slightly and prepared to leave the battle arena. During the battle against Qian Chenfeng, apart from Yi Xiaoning, a few other martial progenitors were eager to battle Qin Yu. However, after the battle between him and Yi Xiaoning ended, the few Sky Prides who still had the will to fight fell silent at this moment. Evidently, they no longer thought that they were a match for Qin Yu. There was no need for Qin Yu to stay here any longer. As for the plundering of luck, since he had figured it out, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The luck of the younger generation of martial progenitors was definitely not as good as Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan, Qian Yuming, and the other geniuses on the combat ranking. Stop right there. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as the voice sounded, a figure leaped onto the battle arena. It was a rank 5 martial emperor. What's the matter? Qin Yu's footsteps slightly stopped. He looked at that rank 5 martial emperor indifferently. Brat, your true cultivation has already reached the martial emperor realm, right? The rank 5 martial emperor said coldly. The martial emperor who was acting as the judge looked at Yi Tianyu and the other 2 crown princes. When he saw that the 3 crown princes had no intention of stopping Yi Tianyu, his eyes flickered and he came to a realization. It would appear that the three crown princes wanted to test out Qin Yu's strength. I believe that even if you can't tell whether or not I've concealed my cultivation, the many martial emperors present should be able to tell. Qin Yu said indifferently. Humph, although I don't know what sort of secret technique you've used to conceal your cultivation, the Nirvana tribulation is a martial emperor. However, I have never heard of a Nirvana first cycle martial ancestor possessing a battle power comparable to a martial emperor. The rank 5 martial emperor coldly snorted. When the several tens of millions of spectators heard the rank 5 martial emperor's words, they all started to discuss spiritedly. Indeed, Qin Yu's ability to fight opponents of a higher cultivation level was too powerful. This caused the crowd to suspect whether or not Qin Yu had concealed his true cultivation. If you've never heard of it, I can only say that you're ignorant and inexperienced. Qin Yu lightly smiled. Is that so? In that case, I would like to see it for myself today. The rank 5 martial emperor sneered and his aura became even more oppressive. I'd advise you not to attack. You'll be injured. As if he did not sense the martial emperor's oppressive might, Qin Yu said indifferently. Boom. The rank 5 martial emperor smiled disdainfully and shot forth a palm strike. Space trembled and the vast heaven and earth's great Tao exploded. At this moment, the space within a circumference of 1,000 miles became oppressive. The battle between Qin Yu and Yi Shaoning was on a completely different level compared to the martial emperor's great Tao's oppressive might. Bang! However, in the next instant, the rank 5 martial emperor's great Tao shattered. As if he had been struck by a giant beast, his body was sent flying while vomiting blood. This aura, the expressions of Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan and Qian Yuming changed. They all looked at the person who had appeared before Qin Yu. The person who had attacked was naturally Sun Shiyu. The 3 great divine dynasties are famous throughout the southern region. Never would I have imagined that there would be such a scoundrel among them. Sun Shiyu took off her veil, and her ordinary face immediately became radiant. She's Sun Shiyu. Sun Shiyu, one of the 4 great saints of the spiritual state. She's here too. It's really her. The Heavenly Imperial Palace actually sent Sun Shiyu to the Divine Dynasty martial gathering. What are they trying to do? Seeing Sun Shiyu's true appearance, countless onlookers exclaimed. Sun Shiyu was a genius at the same level as Yi Tianyu and the other 2. She had even defeated Zhu Wuyuan in the last spiritual state battle ranking. She was extremely talented. She's Sun Shiyu. Su Yuqing and the others were even more shocked than when they saw Qin Yu defeat Yi Xiaoyu. In the last spiritual state battle ranking, Sun Shiyu was one of the few female geniuses who had entered the top 50. Su Yuqing had always regarded Sun Shiyu as her goal. Du Maixian, who had mocked Sun Shiyu before, was completely petrified. In front of Sun Shiyu, her talent was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. No wonder Sun Shiyu and Qian Yuming ignored her mockery. She was probably just a clown in the eyes of Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu. I didn't expect Miss Shiyu to condescend to watch the martial gathering of the southern region. Sorry for the neglect. Yi Tianyu, Zhu Wuyuan and Qian Yuming flew into the air and appeared on the battle stage. Only geniuses of the same level could make the 3 of them pay so much attention. Chapter 343. However, Miss Shiyu, why did you cause such a ruckus in the martial gathering? Qin Yu had caused such a ruckus in the martial gathering of the Divine Dynasty. The 3 divine dynasties had lost all their face, and Yi Tianyu had the right to question Shen Tian. The 3 crown princes should know the whole story. If it weren't for that princess, who kept speaking rudely and tarnishing the reputation of the Imperial Palace of Heaven, we wouldn't have done anything. As for what happened, it was indeed Shen Feng's fault, and I apologize to the 3 crown princes on his behalf. However, the 3 crown princes sent martial emperors to fight. Isn't that a loss of the 3 divine dynasties' reputation? Sun Shiyu was eloquent. Although she was in the territory of the 3 divine dynasties, she was neither servile nor overbearing. Miss Shiyu, what you said is true. It's my fault for not being strict enough. How about this? I'll have someone prepare a banquet to apologize to Miss Shiyu and this brother. Yi Tianyu naturally knew the whole story, and he didn't really want to argue with Sun Shiyu. He laughed and skipped over the grudge of the martial gathering. I appreciate Crown Prince Yi's kindness, but my palace's elders have come to pick me up. I'll take my leave now. See you at the spiritual state battle ranking. Sun Shiyu didn't wait for the three to speak, and she left the battle stage with Qin Yu. The limit of a rank 6 martial emperor. Sure enough, Sun Shiyu's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 3 years. It seems that this year's spiritual state battle ranking is much more exciting than the previous one. Yi Tianyu and the other 2 crown princes didn't stop Sun Shiyu, but looked at her with flickering eyes. When they saw Sun Shiyu appear, they knew that Sun Shiyu didn't come to watch the martial gathering. Probing their cultivations was the real deal. However, they also knew Sun Shiyu's cultivation, and they were more confident. Then, the 3 of them returned to the judges' table as if nothing had happened. However, after Sun Shiyu left with Qin Yu, the high-level martial emperors of the 3 divine dynasties disappeared quietly. Whoosh! A pair of white wings appeared on Sun Shiyu's back. With a flap of the wings, she moved hundreds of miles away. Someone's catching up. Are they from the 3 divine dynasties? Qin Yu, who was being carried by Sun Shiyu, said with a slightly changed expression. You've messed up the martial gathering of the divine dynasties and humiliated the 3 divine dynasties. Although they won't bother with us on the surface, who knows what they will do in the dark. Of course, even if they did not cause a ruckus at the martial gathering, the 3 divine dynasties were still fighting openly and secretly. Since they've discovered me, they'll definitely take action to slander the other party. Sun Shiyu didn't seem surprised at all, but she flapped her wings even faster. At that moment, there were a few rank 8 and 9 martial emperors behind them, breaking through the void at lightning speed. Although they had discovered each other, they turned a blind eye to it. His targets were only Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu. One of them was one of the 4 heavenly talents of the spiritual state, while the other was a Nirvana First Revolution martial ancestor. Their aptitude was too terrifying, and when they grew up, they would definitely become extremely powerful existences in the Emperor realm. Although the 3 god dynasties and the Sky Emperor Palace did not have much of a grudge against each other, the Sky Emperor Palace did not have much of a grudge against them. But since there was a chance to get rid of Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu, they naturally wouldn't let it go. They're finally here. Not long after, Sun Shiyu, who was flying at lightning speed, had her eyes lit up, and her expression relaxed. The original speed of the extreme escape had slowed down. Qin Yu raised his head and looked over. He saw that in the distant sky, a world-shaking oppressive might had appeared. Without a doubt, it was definitely an Emperor realm figure. It seemed that Sun Shiyu wasn't lying when she said that someone from the Heavenly Imperial Palace would come to pick her up. At that moment, the several martial emperors who had been chasing them sensed the unbridled pressure of an Emperor realm master. Sensing an Emperor realm master, they didn't hesitate and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Shoo! Not long after, a figure fell from the sky like a meteor. One moment, he was far away in the sky, and the next moment, he was in front of Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu. It was a man in purple, holding an ancient flute. 4th uncle. Sun Shiyu smiled sweetly when she saw the person. You came to the Southern Territory with Chen Feng without a single elder. You're getting bolder and bolder. Sun Yunlang scolded as soon as he saw her. 4th uncle, I have the cloud-concealing veil that you refined. Who in the Heaven Territory can see through my disguise? Sun Shiyu quickly said with a smile when she saw this. Her 4th uncle was not only an Emperor realm master, but also an Emperor-grade artifact refiner. He was famous in the 9 provinces of the Heaven Territory. Little girl, it's useless to bribe me this time. Your father and your 2nd uncle are both furious. You're going to suffer when you go back this time. Sun Yunlang laughed gloatingly when he heard this. No way, even father and 2nd uncle know about such a small matter. 4th uncle, you didn't tell on them, did you? Sun Shiyu pouted. Haha, with your father's ability, do you think he needs me to tell on them? Sun Yunlang grinned. Oh no. Sun Shiyu's face turned bitter. Her father was the high priest of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, and he practiced divination. Divination was far from being able to predict the future and look back to the past. However, it wasn't difficult for him to divine her fate and whereabouts. Let's go back. Sun Yunlang laughed even more when he saw Sun Shiyu's bitter face. Sun Shiyu had been talented since she was a child, but she had been spoiled since she was young. Qin Yu was related to the future of the heavenly imperial palace, and she dared to bring him out alone. It was good to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson so that she would not act rashly. Although Qin Yu's identity was kept secret in the heavenly imperial palace, it was hard to guarantee that no one would take risks because of speculation. This was something that the higher-ups of the heavenly imperial palace had to avoid at the moment. Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu returned to the Southern Territory transmission array 2 days later with the help of the Emperor Realm Sun Yunlang. However, in these 2 days, Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu made a big fuss at the Divine Dynasty martial gathering of the 3 great divine dynasties. The news had already spread throughout the entire southern region, and it had even spread to the other 3 regions. In countless versions of the rumor, Qin Yu's name, Shenfeng, became famous throughout the Southern Territory. Countless forces were trying to find out about Qin Yu. First, he easily crushed a Nirvana martial ancestor with his Nirvana first cycle cultivation. Then, he defeated the immeasurable Divine Dynasty's little prince, Chen Chenfeng, and made the 9th princess of the Sage Divine Dynasty admit defeat. Even the 7th prince, Yi Xiaoyu, who was comparable to a martial emperor, was defeated by him. In the Southern Territory, Qin Yu was called an invincible genius under the martial emperor realm by countless busybodies. Some people even put Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu, one of the 4 great sages of the spirit state, as the dragon and phoenix duo. Heavenly Imperial Palace. Although Qin Yu had heard about the rumors in the Southern Territory, he did not care at all. After returning, Qin Yu immediately went into seclusion. However, Qin Yu originally planned to cultivate hard and prepare for the Spirit State War ranking after returning, but he changed his mind. On the way back, Qin Yu asked Sun Shiyu about the Spirit State War ranking. He learned that only martial emperors could participate in the Spirit State War ranking. The Spirit State War ranking would start in less than 4 months, which directly extinguished Qin Yu's idea.